fragrances.
Yes, citrus and all sorts.
Citrus, there's cherry blossom.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that one.
Oh, that's the one I've got. Lavender vanilla. Got lavender vanilla.
I'm not sure I would like that one. I like the linen one.
Oh, do you?
My favourite. But I'd like to try the new ones.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, makes your sewing room smell lovely.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
But you can see the difference between the fabric now for when we're actually assembling. This has got more body now than this one. So, and with these,
Good morning, good morning. My lovely friends, how are you today? Oh, hello. Is that my cup of tea? Thank you. Shouldn't you be sitting in your chair now? Get off, get off. Honestly, do you see what I have to put up with? My hair looks a bit strange today. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday Sewing Street. It's almost the weekend. It's also National Kiss a Ginger Day, so I am ready. It's also National Feast of the Wild Men Day, which I'm there for. I have no idea what it means, but I want to be invited. Right, let's get started, shall we? And do our early bird. Now, we've got something special. Because this is a back in stock, a very special back in stock. This has not been in stock since our birthday last February. Wow. This is a Dan Morris. This is a Dan Morris extra wide backing fabric. Oh, this is beautiful. $11.99 a half metre. That is fabulous. Look at that. Oh, I love the colours in there. That is tropical, isn't it? Absolutely tropical, vibrant. It's got those beautiful kind of bright pastel shades. Wow, that is a party. So if you love making sort of brightly coloured quilts, actually, I would use this with Tilda as well, because it's got lots of those gorgeous colours in there. Oh, beautiful. Now, this is 108 inches wide. So let me just show you what half a metre looks like. There's more. There's more. There's more. Look, all of that. This is Dan Morris. It's digitally printed. So the sort of luminance in the colours is amazing. The luminosity, absolutely gorgeous. Carol says, good morning, Stuart. Good morning, guys. Stuart and Hannah, both looking great. Don't give Hannah big ideas, Carol, honestly. She's lovely, isn't she, our lovely Hannah? She's off for a bit now. She's going off on holiday very soon. We're going to miss her. She's away for weeks. Don't know what we'll do without her. I've also had a lovely message actually from Jan who says, morning Stuart and team, nice to be able to hear you today. Funny enough, we were just talking about the lack of sound yesterday and how it was only when you could hear me that the complaints started coming in. Hilary says, morning Mr. Hillard. Very formal, but good morning, my darling. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Jeanette says, morning, Stuart, eagerly waiting for my apple pops. Should be here today. Can't wait. Oh, you're going to have great fun. You have great fun. Laura's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and team. Have a great day. You look like a lumberjack in your great shirt. I'm definitely channeling lumberjack realness this week. Thank you, Laurie. Glad you like. Everyone that's checked out on the Dan Morris extra wide backing has checked out multiple units. Now, if you're buying this speculatively, for your quilt making, you want 2.5 metres, 5 units for a double to queen size. And if you're going king size or super king, you want 3 metres or 6 units. Remember, it's taken us just about a year to get this back in stock. We only had it on birthday last year, last February, and hundreds and hundreds of you went for this. It is absolutely gorgeous. It's a brand new back in stock, and it is one of 2 early birds today. Sandra says, good morning. Lovely, Stuart, and the crew. They're lovely too, Sandra. Thank you. Good morning. Marie says, good morning, lovely boy. And Hannah, got to go out at 9. Boo-hoo. Oh, Marie, we'll miss you, but you can watch on catch-up. You can watch on catch-up. Don't you worry. Everybody's checking out on their Dan Morris extra wide. Karen says, morning, Stuart. You said today's early bird would go with Tilda. How about Tula Pink? Karen, how could I forget Tula? Absolutely right. You have got those gorgeous... Tula uses a lot of the pinks, the oranges, the turquoise, the teals, the light teals. They're all in there. This is the benefit, actually, of using a good kind of multicolour backing, because it will go with so many different fabrics. What about using this to back something like a trip around the world, an Irish chain, a Bargello quilt, where you've got sort of quite a structured pattern on the front, a party round the back? It's fab, isn't it? Don't forget, these fabrics are also absolutely perfect for the front of your quilt. Don't think they're only for the back. Borders, binding, sashings, piecing. You can cut these up and do your piecing with them. They mix perfectly well with your quilt weight cottons. Also use them for dressmaking, shirt making. Half the stock has gone. Can you believe that? I can. It's been a whole year since we've had this in stock, and it is a party. It's a riot of colour, isn't it? Alana's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Watching with my mum, Margaret, and 6-month-old son, Simon. He loves watching you. Alana, you've just made my day. Simon, Morning, Simon. How are you? And Alana, Mummy Alana, and Alana's mummy. Morning. That's so cute. That's so cute. Absolute party. Look, half the stock. I don't know why. I feel the need to wear it. Love. Good morning, Stuart. We're just getting ready for a weekend away with 6 girlfriends. Can't promise I'll be up for 8 a.m. on Monday. Carolyn in Kent. I shouldn't think you will. Have a line on Monday, Carolyn. You'll need it after a weekend away with 6 girlfriends. My goodness, that sounds like a lot of fun. What's the plan? Are you golfing? Are you lunching? Are you doing sporty things, spa things, lovely things? Have fun. Have a Cosmo for me. That's a special back in stock. I've got a second back in stock item, and I love this. This is a beautiful, look at that. That's giving, you know those beautiful Portuguese tiles? It's like they've all been mosaicked together. How beautiful. Sending special love this morning to Jenny, who's messaged in. She says, good morning to you and your fab crew. Oh, don't go too far, Jenny. From my sick bed. The flu bug got me, Jenny. This one is for you. Get well soon, my love. Oh, Steph's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, looking lovely and cosy in plaid. Got you on in bed with a coffee. Bliss. Ah, lovely. You've got coffee. I've got tea. Taria is from Dumfries and Galloway. Hi, Taria. How are you? She says, morning, Stuart, and Happy New Year. Thought I will join you for an hour. Well, I'm glad you did. Quick sip of that. Not really supposed to have it, but it fuels me. Taria's been to a few of my classes, actually, in Scotland, in Stirling. This, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I'm thinking easy stack quilts. I mean, it's already got quite complex geometry going on in there, but I reckon that would look amazing done with Paula Doyle's easy stack technique. You'd get some amazing mosaic work from that, wouldn't you? Mosaic looks. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. It's also, yesterday we had a lovely quilt on with Alison Marion, Butterflies and Blooms, and that had a lovely kind of lilac blue, lavender blue colourway, and we were talking a lot about the colours. There's a lot of lovely lavender blue in this as well, isn't there? But with that gold and that tan in there as well, it's stunning, isn't it? Again, this is 108 inches wide. It's a digital print from Dan Morris. I'm going to open it out. So it has the look almost of a batik, but it's not. It's a digital print. But look, this is what you get for $11.99. Still coming. Still coming. Still coming. Still coming. There's more, there's more, there's more, there's more, there's more. Look, it's absolutely amazing what you get in 1/2 metre. Even if you just wanted to make yourself a couple of infinity scarves, you could. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Be lovely as well, actually, to make a table runner. Imagine something like a tan tablecloth underneath, or even on a wooden table, and that on the top. It's a 50th birthday celebration in Broadstairs, so lots of eating and drinking, probably no sport. You say that now, Carolyn. You say that now. Sport. I was going to say I approach eating and drinking as a sport. A buffet is competitive. Absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, well, definitely have a cosmopolitan for me, won't you? Broadstairs is lovely too. You'll have a fine time. Have a fine time. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm going away actually next week. I'm going to London with a girlfriend for a couple of days, and I think we might have a couple of cocktails as well while we're there. Yeah, yeah. The crumble bar. Does it serve crumbles? It just does crumble and custard. Well, that sounds like my kind of party. Yes, please. No, actually, I'm on a healthy eating drive. I'm not doing things like that anymore. No, I'm not doing it. Right, let's do the menu. Oh, here we go. Right, so first hour, Dan Morris, new Flamenco collection. It's gorgeous. At 9 o'clock, the fabulous Lorraine Penny is here with Stencil up. We have got some gorgeous Art Nouveau, Art Deco, Floral. We've got borders, all sorts of gorgeous stenciling on fabric. If you've never done it before, you're going to get hooked. Now, at 10 o'clock, oh my goodness me, do we have deals for you. We've got George Franklin here, and he's got the Britannia Overlocker. I was on with George last year with the Britannia Overlocker. It sold out so fast. It is amazing. We've got the Overlocker foot package as well. If you didn't see that last time, we can do beading, we can do cording, we can do ruffling, we can do all sorts of things with the Overlocker. You're going to love that. At 11 o'clock, Lorraine Penny is back with more big stencils. I've already spotted the one I'm going to be buying. It's absolutely gorgeous. Don't forget as well that some of the tools that she does, things like decolorant paste and fabric medium, are useful for all kinds of fabric applications, and you are already checking out on those. We asked for big stocks this time. They're not going to last. I can see it already. They're not going to last. Make sure you tune in for Lorraine Penny's 2 shows. They're going to be fabulous. Now, at 12 o'clock, George is back. For the final hour, the Britannia Cover Stitch Machine Hour. Now, cover stitch, talk about completing the package. If you've got sewing machine, overlocker, you need a cover stitch machine. Stick around for 12 o'clock and you will understand why. If you love your dressmaking, absolutely perfect hour for you. If you're intrigued about what is a cover stitch machine and what do they do, stick around. George will demystify and educate at 12 o'clock. Right, it is time to start our fabulous new collection. It's called Flamenco, and this is from Dan Morris. Now, Dan does some absolutely beautiful fabrics. You're getting 1/2 metre for free in this bundle. It is a doozy. Absolutely beautiful. Batik-like, but digitally printed. Look at that. It is absolutely amazing. For me, this is giving a number of different vibes. It's a bit Indonesian. It's a bit African wax print. It's a bit 70s psychedelic, but it's also completely fresh and modern and vibrant. Look at this one. Just gorgeous. Oh, now this one, look. Absolutely beautiful. The colorways, it's just amazing. Absolutely stunning. These are the fabrics from the new Flamenco range from Dan Morris. Absolutely beautiful. Amanda from Lockwood in Kent says, you need to go to Humble Crumble in Borough Market in London. It's amazing, Mandy in Kent. Doing it. Doing it. I stay in a hotel really near to Borough Market. It's about a 5-minute walk, so I love going to Borough Market. I like going early in the morning and buying bread, even though I'm staying in London and I don't need to. It just feels like the thing I need to do. And there's a lovely spice stall there that sells all different spice mixes and rubs and things like that. I love food markets. The nicest one I think I ever went to was in Dublin. No, Cork, sorry. The English Market in Cork City. It's called the English Market. I know, it's called the English Market, and it's an indoor, and it's mostly food, and it is... Forget the food. If you love colour, if you love that sort of inspiration, go there, because it's absolutely mind-blowing. It's so beautiful. It's really worth... Cork City is gorgeous. Well, the whole county is gorgeous. But you knew that already, right? This is just fab. Absolutely fabulous, isn't it? So much vibrant, intense, juicy colour. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Lovely message from Susie Duncan. She says, morning, love the fabrics. Now, at the time she was talking about the lining fabrics, she says it'd make fun coat lining. Steph echoes that. Too beautiful to be described as backing fabric. Extra wide, yes, but not for backing. I agree. They would be beautiful for dressmaking. Absolutely beautiful for dressmaking or home decor. Talking of which, wouldn't these be amazing? A table runner, a quilt. You could use these in dressmaking too. Now you get 1/2 metre of each. There's 12 different fabrics, so you get 6 metres in total for $95.88, and that includes 1/2 metre for free, which is my favourite, absolutely favourite. Gorgeous, gorgeous fabric. You haven't taken the 1/2 metre off, Hannah. Oh, look, that is stunning. If you've already checked out your basket, don't worry. You'll still make the saving. Come on, Hannah. There we go. That's better. $87.89. It's a brand new fabric collection from Dan Morris. Now, I sent a little picture over to Director Charlie that I want to show you in a few minutes because one of my quilt designs, well, there's a few of my quilt designs that I think would work very well. Galleria would work very, very well with this collection. I've also got a quilt pattern called Alchemy. Which you can find on my website, and that would work really, really well. We'll show you that in just a second. Absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? I used Dan Morris for a Galleria quilt, actually, and it worked really, really well. Lots of lovely, vibrant fabrics. This is a gorgeous one too. Sort of fabrics that look amazing as large pieces, but also will look amazing cut up smaller. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Right, let's do them individually. Let's do them individually. Let's start with ending 1-5. Most of these fabrics have 2 different colorways, so I'll alternate between the 2. Gorgeous, deep kind of pinks, rusts, oranges. Lovely that, isn't it? 44 inches wide. This is called Triangle Geo in violet. I love these though as well. They're like almost like little beads or berries, speckled. Lots and lots of different effects when you start cutting that up. Here's the quilt I was talking about, by the way. It's called Alchemy. And it's just each block is made from a single fabric combined with black, which would work really well with these fabrics. It's really simple, quick and easy, and it features 9 different fabrics. Yeah, so you could easily make this using the Flamenco collection. Nice. Right, next one. This ends 5-3. So this is the same design, but in blue. And it is gorgeous, sort of blueberry colour almost, isn't it? We've called it aqua. Aqua. Or agua. Yeah, this kind of almost sequin-like, berries, beads, that sort of thing. Yeah, lovely. Right, next up, let's do the big swirls. This ends 8-3. Lots of gorgeous movement there. Lovely swirls. Morning, Stuart. This is from Tracy, who's in East Riding. Hope you have a fab day. Got to go to work soon. They would make great bag linings. Love Tracy. Oh, they absolutely would. I think any of the fabrics we've seen so far, including the extra wides, beautiful, so vibrant. Yeah, gorgeous. Our Santangle Sandra loves Dan Morris, doesn't she? Right, next one, this is the blue. This is the blue. This, you could embellish this fabric, couldn't you? Actually, you could embellish if you wanted. There's lots going on, but it also, I could imagine sewing little beads in spirals or hand stitching details into this. Gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful fabric. Digitally printed. Use a microtex needle, by the way, when you're sewing digital prints, so that the fabric is pierced really cleanly. It's very, very finely woven fabric and needs a nice sharp needle to pierce it cleanly. Right, next up, this one, which ends 5-0. Just think this is a gorgeous texture. Oh, okay. Do you want me to swap the labels over? Yeah. Code's round the wrong way. Let's do that. There we go. Right, so this is the bright, vibrant pink. That's fab, isn't it? It's almost, you know, if camouflage got a glamorous makeover. Love that. Steph's written me a poem. I'm just going to read this. I'm assuming it's for me anyway. She says, he's a humble crumble and you'll like this, listen up. He's a humble crumble and he'll never stumble when he's got a needle in his hand. With his warm-hearted way, he will brighten your day. All are welcome, but biscuits are banned for now. Oh, that's lovely. I love it. That's so cute. Biscuits are banned. Let's do the blue version. Oh, that's lovely. That's really cute. Thank you, Steph. My mum wrote brilliant poetry back in the day. She was always writing poems. Love that. Right, $7.99 for that. This is called Zigzag. Zigzag. It is like water, but I also think it's got a sort of like, almost like a camouflage vibe to it as well. Yeah, tight quilting or, it's cool, like it. Right, next up, this ends 9-5. Cute. Love that deep plummy purple in the background, that vibrant orange too. This is called Leaf. Leaf. That's unbelievable. We also do that in the blue. The blue might be my favourite, actually, because I love the turquoise. This ends 3-1. Look, that is really, really beautiful, isn't it? That's kind of those sea greens, turquoise, aqua. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. And next one, ending 9-2. Ooh. Now, a lot of people love the look of batiks, but are unsure of mixing them with regular quilt weight cottons. It isn't an issue, but for those that do worry, this is digital printing. This isn't batik, but it has the same look. It also has more, it's entirely regular in the print. So where batiking is quite a sort of serendipitous organic process, this is digital printing. So even though it looks sort of quirky, like if you look here, there's the tiniest little bit of green here, and it looks on a batik, that would be a little sort of random splodge there. But if I move the fabric down a tiny bit to the next repeat, it's, look, exactly the same splodge in exactly the same, and there, here, and it's completely regular throughout. So there's that regularity there. So that's that one, and then it's corresponding partner in crime, ending 1-7. This is in the blue. Yeah. Tracy's asked a question. Morning, Stuart. Going to make a wedding ring quilt with Dan Morris fabric in purple. What fabric would you put with this? Have a lovely day. Sent by Tracy. So are you thinking in terms of like your contrast fabric for the front? So you've got your piece strings, your double wedding rings, and then you want a background to it. I think it depends what sort of mood you want your quilt to have. You could contrast those purples against a really crisp white background. And then you had a really strong arcs. Equally, you could go with like gorgeous kind of softer, lighter pinks or very, very soft lilacs in the background. That would look really beautiful. You could contrast, it depends how dark the purples are. You could contrast them against a really dark background. So something like a deep navy batik would look amazing. If they were sort of light and bright enough to pop, you could team them with silver or grey. So there's a few different options there, and those are just my opinions. Also, purple always looks gorgeous with a bit of yellow or gold thrown in. So you could even consider some gold or almost a cheddar in the background. Hope that helps. It's probably just confused you. That's the blue. And then we're really focusing on the gold element of this. This ends 7-0. This is absolutely delish. Absolutely delish. And I'm just going to grab another fabric. This isn't from Flamenco, but this is from Dan Morris. Look. Oh, this is last of stock. I'll show you this in a second. But look, absolutely beautiful. We like to mix and match across collections, don't we? To love that. That's called squiggle. Squiggle. My money don't squiggle, squiggle. It folds, it does. Do you know, I put a pair of trousers on a couple of days ago, just for a change. It was actually yesterday. And I hadn't worn them for a while. And I discovered not one, but 2 £5 notes. One in each pocket. That was a good day. Ending 7-4. The last one. This is aqua squiggle. It's lovely. Really like this collection. Loads of gorgeous, bright, vibrant fabrics. And like I say, I think this would go really, really nicely in my Alchemy or my Galleria quilt patterns. This is Alchemy. You can find the pattern on my website. And then full bundle, the whole collection. Remember, you're getting 12 fabrics. You get 1/2 metre for free. How beautiful do they look? Tracy says, thank you for your help, Stuart. You've given me lots to think about. Got dark and light purple with gold. I perhaps would pull out the gold then, Tracy. Avoid the silver. If you've got any gold in there, it'll jar with silver. So I would pull out the gold and think about a gold background. It's going to be amazing. When's the wedding? You need to get cracking. Beautiful, though. Beautiful. Right. I could take those home. Fabulous, aren't they? I can't take them home, but I would like to. They are lovely. Right. I'll leave those for now. Now, next up, I've got a little bundle of Earthscape fabrics. Not all of them. But what I'm going to do, this is a little bundle, and I'll show you these. So this is a little bundle. There's 6.5 metres in this bundle. From Dan Morris again, Earthscapes, fabulous texture here. $44.94. Oh, that's delish. The green. These are like jewels, aren't they? I've got these by the 1/2 metre as well. But when I've laid these out, I'm just going to ask if we can have one more look at the photo of my quilt. Let me just show you those. So here's your bundle. That's absolutely beautiful. I just want to say I have got 2 other fabrics from this same collection, here and here. These aren't in the bundle. I've got these by the 1/2 metre though. But I show you those because look, this quilt and these fabrics with those, added it, yeah? And I've got, you know, different collections, but that would be beautiful. 1/2 metre of each. $44.94 for those 6. Gorgeous, aren't they? Absolutely gorgeous. So many different tones going on. If you want the black fabric, I think about 1.5 metres would do it. About 1.5 metres. Just solid black. Such an easy quilt to make. Such an easy quilt to make. It's really quick and easy. It's just squares and rectangles, that's all. I've only got single figures of this bundle now. It's lovely, isn't it? The Dan Morris, it's so glowy. It's so glowy. Absolutely delicious. I'm going to leave that for 1 second. Can I show the 2 that we don't have in this? So here's the bundle. And I mentioned that there were 2 others from the Earthscapes collection available by the 1/2 metre. Here are both. Okay. And I'm going to start with the dark one, which ends 7/4. Okay. I mean, on National Kiss a Ginger Day, mwah, that is lovely. What gorgeous colours, says Susie Duncan, and designs to brighten a miserable weather day. You're right, Susie. It's the kind of day when you need a bit of brightness in your life, isn't it? Isn't that stunning? It's like lava, you know, or embers of a fire, isn't it? Or copper, yeah. Yeah, well, you've got that sort of slight verdigris starting. There is a tiny, tiny little bit of green in there. Gorgeous, isn't it? $7.49 for 1/2 metre. Lovely. So that's that one by the 1/2 metre. And then we've got the lighter one. This is called Sunshine. Ooh. There's a lot of different tones in there. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's like the surface of the sun. It's like the surface of the sun. It's like a million kind of fires going off. It's just really fabulous. Vibrant and glowy. 749.5 metre. As I say, for the Alchemy quilt, 9.5 metres of different vibrant colours. Or you could pick out your favourites. But it's easy. Quick, fun, nice. Right, next up, let's do the softest pink. This is 1-3. So this is from the bundle, but you can get it by the 1/2 metre. This, again, is giving me those kind of Tim Holtz plastered wall vibes as well. Love that deep plum in there. And tiny little bit of yellow and aqua and almost a bluey purple as well, just to give you all those different tones. So that's the lightest purple. The darkest, or lightest pink rather, the deepest pink, this ends 1/8. Oh, now that's really rich. It's like staring into the cosmos, isn't it? Looking deep into space and seeing somebody winking back at you. Say, Julie from Monmouthshire says, good morning, handsome. The deepest orange, thank you. The deepest orange fabric reminded me of a volcano erupting. That's Jules in South Wales. Agree. It really is. It really is. Oh, Monmouthshire's gorgeous. Oh, it's a while since it was last summer. I went to Monmouthshire. Beautiful. Lucky thing. Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it? Single figures on this one on its own, by the way. Single figures. Dan Morris. Earthscapes. Let's go for that real deep green now, ending 7-1. If you like doing applique, especially floral applique, things like that, leaves, stems, you need lots of different tones to create interest. This would give you all of those tones in one fabric. This actually is like lying on your back and looking up at the canopy of trees in a forest, isn't it? Or overhead, looking down, just being able to see through. Robin Hood will be in there somewhere with his bow and arrow. Robin from the Rich. Is that making you think of Nottingham? You'd be Robin Hood, Hannah. John Scott would be the rich man going through the woods in his carriage that you'd rob. Ending 1-7. This might be my favourite shade. This is gorgeous. This actually is really like, isn't it? Like the bracelet. Thank you. Yeah, like the bracelet. Kind of that turquoise. They'll get me on jewellery makers sooner or later, won't they? Or gems. Look. Beautiful. Single figures on this one too. Now that's the colour of your copper roof, Hannah, once it's verdigreed. It's amazing, isn't it? Ending 2-0, the lightest blue, but lots of lovely lilacs in here as well. That's that one. So you could use that as a blue or a lilac, really, I think, because you've got all those different tones. And then, last one is that really deep purple, ending 6-7. That's very Regal. Really, really limited, though. That is gorgeous. All my purple boys and girls. Yeah, lovely. A lot of purple, actually, in Dan Morris. He uses a lot of purples. Right, here's that bundle again. Seriously limited stock now. I've only got 6 of these bundles left. You get ½ metre of the purple, the light blue, the turquoise, the green, the deep pink, and the soft rose pink as well. ½ metre of each. Now, as I say, if you were going to make my quilt alchemy, you need 9 different fabrics. You've got 6 there. I would put these 2 in with your bundle, which is also from the same collection. But I would also then put in maybe the red. Now, this isn't from either collection. This is a different Dan Morris, but this would fit. But this is last of stock. This is absolute last of stock. Let me tell you this one. This is called Patina, the Dan Morris Patina collection. And I'll just show you that. How much have we got of this? Less than 10 metres. Oh, there's only 2.5 metres of this. That's a lot less than 10 metres, Hannah. 2.5 metres, 5 units left, that's all. That means 5 of you can get this if you want ½ metre each. That is lovely, isn't it? Patina. I love that word. It is a good word, isn't it? Beautiful. Oh, I've got ½ metre left. ½ metre left. I'll do the other ones now as well. This is also from the Patina collection. This is the green. Last opportunity to get these. I've got 7 metres of this one left. That means 14 if you could grab this. Now, this would also work really well if I just grab out the green from the Earthscapes collection. And you can see there, if you were doing landscapes, if you were doing, you know, something perhaps for St. Patrick's Day, you've got your greens there. If you do floral applique, it's all there. Greens are gorgeous. It adds life to a project, doesn't it? Literally adds life to a project. Oh, 4 metres left. Do you see the subtle paisley and floral in the background? It's really cool, isn't it? Great designs. We won't be getting these back in stock, by the way, so this is your last chance. All right, and then the last one that I've got in the Patina collection is this called black or is this a brown? Grey? I don't think I'd call it grey. I know it looks it on screen. I've only got ½ metre available. It's lovely though. You've got deep chestnut browns in there, a little bit of grey, black, just delicious. It's black, but it's not harsh, is it? Earthy. And it's almost like it's been printed, isn't it? You know, sort of inky, kind of layer upon layer. ½ metre of that one left. That'll sell out. Well, they'll all sell out, I think. You will need to be quite quick on that. Very busy this morning. Right, now then, I've got a few more last of stock. I'm going to show you all of them together, and they've all got less than 10 metres of them. So here they are. Now, I've used a few of these before in a quilt. I did my Galleria quilt using some of these, and I showed you this one earlier on. And, you know, it's so easy to use these fabrics, you know, a little bit of that, little bit of that. Absolutely gorgeous. We'll start with this one, shall we? Or I've lost a label of something. Sauce. I think it's this one, actually. It does. Hurrah. There we go. Right. Lovely. Sort of sunflowers. There's only 4.5 metres available, though. We can't get these ones again. We'll get more Dan Morris, but not this. This is literally the last of stock. Love the way it's almost like stripes, bands of colour that run through that you can see. It's really delicious. Love these chestnuts and these golds, these oranges, and they contrast so beautifully with the turquoise, don't they? Lovely base for a quilt, that actually, those colourways. Yeah, he's got a lot of big fans, actually, Dan Morris. Just some gorgeous fabric. So that's that one. Now, another of his, let's grab this one. This ends 9/8. This is from Elements. almost like rain, isn't it? Lovely, absolutely gorgeous. They're digital prints, remember, not batiks. They're printed. I love fabric with line elements in it. Usually the lines are this way or this way. This is fabulous, having the diagonal stripe. If you think about using this for a border, exciting. If you think about using this for something like a binding, again, actually, let me just, I'm going to cover that over a little bit. So you imagine if that was your binding on a quilt. This, by the way, is what I do at home when I'm making quilts or in my studio. I fold fabric, I lay it down, I make the proportions as I would in my quilt if I'm deciding on things like borders, binding options, and then I photograph. Yeah. Question. Morning, Stuart. I'm in the middle of cutting out a cave quilt. It says I need to cut strips on the bias. I've never done this before. Okay, easy peasy. Let me show you. Let's just grab a ruler quickly. So to cut fabric on the bias, all you need to do on your rotary ruler, okay, standard rotary ruler, whatever length it is, you'll have a line on it that says 45 degrees. If you haven't got that kind of ruler, you'll need to get one, but pretty standard for quilters. So what you do to cut fabric on the bias is you need to line up that 45-degree line on your ruler with the selve edge. So can you see here, I've lined that line up on the selve edge, which now means that my cutting edge of my ruler is at a 45-degree angle to the straight edge. If I cut my fabric here and cut it all the way across your fabric, and then that now becomes my straight edge that I'm going to cut my subsequent strips from. And if it's for binding, they're probably going to be 2¼ or 2½ inches wide. So you just cut your strips then on the diagonal. Now, those strips, on the straight, what we call the straight of grain, there's very little stretch in fabric, okay? This is the lengthwise grain. There's least stretch on the lengthwise grain of fabric. There's a tiny bit more stretch on the crosswise grain. You can see there's a bit more stretch there than there is there. But you're being asked to cut strips on the diagonal, on the bias, and that, whoa, is really stretchy, and that will help you to bind around curved edges on a quilt. Hope that helps. Hope that helps. Right, that's that one. Few more back, last of stock. Remember, last of stock means we have less than 10 metres, and actually we've got seriously a lot less than 10 metres. This one's been really, really popular. This is butterflies on a gorgeous tan background. All in a flutter, just like my heart. All in a flutter. Oh, I've only got 6 metres of this one left. Again, you know, you could bring in some of your purples with that. You could bring in some of the new Flamenco. The thing is, you know, all designers tend to have a palette that they work with, a favourite palette that they enjoy working with. So Tula's got some quite distinctive colours. So it's good news because it means that you can mix and match fabrics across different ranges. Don't hang about on that, that's going to sell out. We can't get them again. I know I've said it before, but I don't want you to miss out. Same design in purple this time. I've got 1½ metres left. Gosh, that's a glowy fabric, isn't it? That really glows. Absolutely. Got those turquoises and bronze, orange, purples and pinks. Very, very limited stock, that one. Very, very limited stock. Now, next up, I want to just do something completely different. This ends 5/4. This ends 5/4. And this is really cool. This is beautiful. Look at these. I need to fussy cut that. I need to do stack and whack or easy stack blocks. If you've got that book. Or you could fussy cut these and applique them. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Last in stock though, £7.49 per half metre. Now Hannah, how many metres have I got of this one left? 2 metres left. Seriously. I mean, Paula Doyle says try and get 3 yards if you can. 2 metres is enough to do the easy stack technique though. Grab that. Right, next up, I've got ending 09. Wow, purple and gold for the win. This is almost kind of Fibonacci sequence, isn't it? It's really, wow. Or like a nautilus shell. Doesn't that follow the Fibonacci sequence too? A nautilus shell. Love those things where nature and kind of mathematics collide. Brilliant. All really limited stock though. Ending 5-3. Oh, Sandy's emailed to say thanks for the demo of bias. You're welcome, no problem, anytime. If you're ever stuck on a pattern, message in. If we've got time and we can, we'll always help, That's what we're here for. It's the best bit about being live, isn't it? We're interactive. We're our version of live anyway. Happy Friday, Stuart. And New Mexico quilt in these colours with black would be a stunning alternative. Helen, what a fabulous idea. I love that. Yes, please. Someone do that. Gorgeous. This, again, easy stack technique. Beautiful. Stack and whack. Fussy cutting. EPP with this. 7 metres of that one left. Glorious. Right, 2 more fabrics. Bit of blue this time, ending 5-2. 4 metres left. This reminds me of those gorgeous, you know, like a lining for a really posh blazer. Sort of almost paisley or, you know, or the kind of, you know, the lovely feathering that you get inside books. I mean, this is different. This is more like paisley, but very, very beautiful. Again, this has got that stripe element that you could use to such gorgeous effect. I'm thinking like here, you could, do you see? You've got like a border strip. You see? You could do so many things with a fabric like that. Play with your fabrics, won't you? Play with your fabric. Don't play with your food, but play with your fabric. This one ends 8-0. You can play with your food if you like, I don't mind. Ooh. Again, that's giving me kind of deep space. And why is that £6.99, Hannah? Abstract paisley. It certainly is. Lush. Wow, lovely fabrics, but seriously limited. Don't forget, we started the hour with that fabulous Dan Morris collection, Flamenco, brand new today. I'm going to grab that bundle actually back. Super bright and beautiful. Here's the whole collection. A mixture of beautiful turquoise, blue, gold, and those vibrant purples and pinks as well. Oh, not both of you. I've got them both squealing in my ears. Gorgeous, aren't they? Look at that, so vibrant. They look batiky, but they're digital prints. You've got 6 different designs. Half a metre of each, but 2 colourways, so 12 fabrics in total, and you get half a metre for free. And I think Galleria or Alchemy, I've had a suggestion to make New Mexico quilt in this. Pharaoh's tiles would look amazing done in this. I would use black in the sashing and the garden maze set. Absolutely beautiful. Now, we also started with a couple of early birds, which was some back in stock extra wides. We'll start with the brightly coloured, absolute tropical Fiesta. It's taken us about a year. It's our birthday in February, and we last had this on air in our birthday week last year. And it's taken us that long to get this back in stock. We are now down to the last 15 metres. Now, to put that into context, if you want to use this for a king-size quilt, you'll need 3 metres. That means 5 of you can get this to back your king-size quilt. That's all, and then it's gone. And it's taken us a year to get it into stock. 23 of you have this in baskets. Now, that doesn't work out any way you work it, but also, we don't know how many units you've got in your basket. So it could be 23 people with ½ a metre in their basket. It could be 23 people with 3 metres in each basket, in which case it doesn't work out either way. You get a lot in a ½ metre. You get a lot. It's 108 inches wide, and this is 100% quilt weight cotton. It is absolutely beautiful. You can use this on the front of your quilt for your borders. Remember, 1/2 metre would be enough to put a 4-inch finished border on a king-size quilt for $11.99. And when you think of it like that, the value is amazing. You could also use this to do things like gorgeous coordinating cushions. I mean, imagine making a whole load of cushions for, I don't know, a children's room. This would be fun in. And you could pick out a different colour per cushion to do piping around the outside edge. That would be gorgeous. Really vibrant, lovely. But seriously limited stock now on this. It's been flying out. How much have I got left, Hannah? Oh, only 9 metres left now. Well done if you've just checked out. 31 of you have it in your baskets. Right, our last back in stock. This fabulous extra wide. 1/4 of the stock's gone. This reminds me of Portuguese tiles. Mosaic, just lovely. Use this in so many different ways. Yeah, of course, backing quilts. You can also use these extra wide backings to make your own duvet covers and pillowcases. You can also use this extra wide to make easy tablecloths as well. I mean, most large tables require such a huge amount of fabric, it's uneconomical to make your own. But with your extra wide at $11.99 1/2 metre, you can do it. Table runners, napkins. Also layer it with wadding and calico on the back, quilt it, and then use it to, and then cut it up and make placemats, place settings. You get such a lot. It's like a magic trick, isn't it? It's like, wait a minute, it's all coming out of my hand. Oh my goodness me, it's, that surely deserves a round of applause. Come on. Thank you, Lorraine Penny. Lorraine Penny is coming up after the break with Stencil Up. That's probably a very good moment for me to break. I will see you after this with the lady herself. It's Stencil Up after this.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as a quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
It is good to have your company here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's Friday, and this is Lorraine Penny. Hello, you.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Really well, thanks. Lorraine is from Stencil Up, of course, an amazing stenciling company. Today, it's all about stenciling on fabric. Now, if this is completely new to you, don't worry. We're going to go. Lorraine's going to give us a demo of how to get started stenciling on fabric. Washable, wearable, amazing. Integrate it into your home decor, your dressmaking, your quilting, or a whole new piece of art. Goodness me. But if you already know where you're at, oh my goodness me, we've got so much in this show that you're going to enjoy. Brand new stencil collections and some really exciting prices. So stick around for the crashes. Now I've got 4 new collections to share with you. We're going to start with Art Nouveau. Oh, Lorraine, this is amazing. Now, at the moment, we're showing you the collection. This is 4 stencils, £11.75 per stencil. £11.75 per stencil. The price is not staying there. Okay, you're going to love this. We're going to take the price, £9.95 per stencil. That's nearly £2 per stencil less first. But then what we're going to do is we're going to take off 1 whole stencil for free. So not only are you only paying £9.95 per stencil, you're actually getting 1 for free as well. That is a whopping saving. That is a whopping saving. Best saving is in the bundles. You get all 4, not £47, £29.87. It's almost £20 off. That's fabulous. That is fabulous. You're looking worried.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. Look at this, though. We've got the Aubrey stencil. We'll have a proper look at all of these. Look at this design. That is absolutely beautiful. Graceful Art Nouveau tulips. We've also got butterfly repeat. And Lorraine's done a fabulous cushion using that. We've also got Nouveau tulips. Again, a repeatable design. So elegant. And then we've also got lotus tile. I do love a tile design.
So that can fit a sort of standard tile, but it also works as a repeating pattern. So you don't want to use it on a tile, you can just repeat it. As we showed
So you can use this on tiles, like kitchen or bathroom tiles?
You can. So it's all about preparation and paint.
Yeah.
When you can stencil on any surface.
Yeah.
It's just how you prepare it and what paint you use and how you seal it afterwards.
Awesome. We will chat about how you stencil on fabric. Don't worry, we're going to cover all the basics. But that's just beautiful. But also in terms of, I'm seeing that as a quilt block that alternates, instead of a plique, say, that alternates with piecing in a quilt.
Beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. Or you could print your own fabric. Just divine. Absolutely divine. I think this one here, this is the Nouveau tulips. And again, what an elegant design. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Here, I've got Aubrey. Amazing. Now that is a bag waiting to happen, isn't it? So this on the top, maybe on something like calico, stenciled onto calico, okay, in gorgeous colours, and then a strip of fabric across the bottom. This is the top of the bag. Or you could use this design in, say, a clutch bag, something like half of that in a clutch bag or a little handle. I mean, divine. Absolutely beautiful. You inspire me so much every time you come, Lorraine. I think of all the things I could do. And then if you just have a look behind Lorraine for a second, she's got a beautiful cushion using the butterfly. Look at that.
And that's the Aubrey.
That's Aubrey as well.
Aubrey
but the one
as well,
yeah. Oh, gosh, really?
So it's really versatile. You can use it as a border, sort of just going along, or you can mirror it. So...
Do you mind just grabbing that cushion down a second? Because that's incredible. Thank you. Oh, my goodness, look. So this is Aubrey. From this collection, remember, 4 stencils for $29.85 with that gilding. Oh, my goodness. But also, look, this same design. You're saving £17.15 right now. Can I just give that back to you? Thank you. Absolutely incredible. Love it. That's the Nouveau collection. Now, we do these stencils individually. I'll go through those later. If you want them available, you know, if you want them on individually, have a look on the website. But the best value is in the bundle. Right, next up, let's do Art Deco. I love Art Deco. I'm going to show you a sample, first of all, just to wet your whistle. Check that out. Now imagine a wraparound skirt or a wrap dress with this either around the bottom of the dress, a summer dress, or you could have this down the front of a coat or across the yoke of a shirt or the border of a quilt. This is just one of them. Fiona Hesford does an amazing kimono-style jacket, quilted jacket. Thinking of all sorts. Now, let's have a look at the stencils. We've got Dotty Deco fans. That's the one I just showed you. We have got Lisbon. Check that out. That is glorious. Absolutely glorious, isn't it?
That one's based on an Art Deco door in Lisbon.
Is it? Do you have to travel the whole world to get inspiration?
I would love to.
Is this how you justify
I travel
it?
virtually. I travel online.
Sorry about it. We've also got Deco Arches. That's yummy. Absolutely yummy. And then we've got Lexington. Oh, that's giving me New York Hotel.
It's based on another door on Lexington Avenue in New York.
In New York.
Yeah.
And I have been there, actually. Let's do the crash. Let's do it. Should be 47. Should be 47. It's £17 and change less. It's £29.85. Brilliant. You're effectively getting one of the stencils completely for free, but also you're getting all of them for almost £2 less than they should be. They should be £11.75. You're paying £9.95 per stencil, but then you're getting one of them free as well. We should have just done one or the other, but hey, Lorraine, I'm not knocking it. It's lovely. We're going to be crashing them all individually, by the way. They will all be £9.95 individually. So if you want to go on the website and get any of these on their own, you can. Okay, they haven't crashed yet, but they will. So that's the Deco collection. It's giving me Poirot vibes as well. Very elegant. Great Gatsby. Champagne, cocktails. Let's do Floral next. This is Summer Wedding. Yes. This is tropical. This is country. This is so elegant. We'll do the crash straight away and then I'll show you the stencils. £29.85 for the 4. Lots of you waiting for this one. Right, I'm going to start with the roses because this, oh my goodness, what an elegant backdrop for especially bag making, I think. I could really use that in bag making. Imagine stenciling onto denim.
There's one underneath.
There is one. Ah,
yeah.
Great mind. Is this using the, not resist?
No, that one is actually just white.
Is it?
Fabric paint. Well,
How
white acrylic paint
interesting.
mixed with the fabric medium, and it gives the same effect.
Yes.
Because the decolorant doesn't seem to work as well
Does it go yellow on
It doesn't.
denim?
I have got one more green.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I have got one in the palm leaves that
Yeah.
I use the decolorant. And it gives a lovely subtle effect. But if you... Yeah, that's the one that's used the decolorant.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll just show you this for a second because this is also the floral. That's lovely though. I like that. But, you know, you could just take regular chambray or denim, just a plain, and then make it more exciting, make it more interesting. I think that's beautiful. And I love how you've used the different tones as well in there when you've stenciled. Add beading, add embellishments, beautiful. So you get the rose repeat. You also get the philodendron. Philodendron?
Yes.
I was just going to say ivy, but it's not, clearly.
No.
What is philodendron?
It's a foliage plant,
okay,
yeah,
fair
with
enough.
the lovely heart-shaped leaves.
Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Next up, repeating palm. Now, I did just flash that at you. There it is. And this is using the decolorant, isn't it?
Yes,
On
that's
denim.
right.
Oh, I think that's a lovely effect.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's subtle.
It's almost like cyanotype
Yes.
printing,
it is.
but almost in reverse,
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
Yeah, it's lovely. Really lovely. And then you've also got, oh, this is beautiful, Hoya, which is a mixed floral. That is lovely. Absolutely lovely. Those are your floral stencils. Again, you can buy them individually for £9.95. But remember, for all four, you're going to be paying just under £40. If you want all four, if you want 3 of them, get the bundle because you get all 4 then, and you only pay for 3 at £9.95 each. £29.85 is the best value, and a quarter of the stock of floral has already gone. Well done. Well done. Right, last collection I've got is called Lattis. Very, very, very usable, these ones. My goodness me, these are beautiful. As a background, if you do embroidery, ribbon embroidery, hand embroidery, imagine stenciling a lattice, say either of these two, Agadir or Lattis, stencil first and then floral embroidery entwining through the lattice work.
Beautiful.
Imagine that as a backdrop. Imagine that on the flap of a bag or on a collar. Beautiful, beautiful. So Agadir, not to be confused with Agadoo. That's different. I'll just throw that earworm down for you. You'll be singing it all day. There we go, Agadir. Lattis. Oh, I once got into such trouble. So we were doing, this was years ago, we were doing a fabric range called Shafakani. Shafakani, was it? It was Moda, and I just kept on saying Chaka Khan, Chaka Khan. And it got into my head and then I couldn't stop. Next one, Moorish Star. Oh, I love this. I love this.
Favourites.
Oh, I love that. That kind of North African. Beautiful, beautiful. And look at those individual elements that you could mask off and use on their own, because you don't have to use the entire stencil, do you? And then again, another one, really me, this Tarsus. And if I just grab a sample of this, in fact, I have 2 samples here. Look, that is stunning. Isn't that incredible? And that just shows the effect of doing dark on light or light on dark, the different effects. It's a totally different beast, isn't it, really?
That's the beauty of stenciling. You get
Incredible.
different effects, whatever colours you choose. And
Yeah.
it's always going to be unique because the chances are nobody's going to use the same colours,
Exactly.
same techniques.
Exactly. Completely unique. Now, talking of unique, your story, what is Stencil Up? How do we do it? Because lots of people have met you before on air, but new year, new hobby, lots of people are getting into this. What is stenciling on fabric? How do we do it?
Okay, well, what you need is the fabric medium, which we've got. And fabric medium, it does 2 things. It allows the fabric to become washable, because if you use just standard water-based paint, and then eventually it will degrade over time washing it. but it also makes the paint flexible, because if you use an acrylic paint or emulsion, after a while it's going to start cracking. So the fabric medium has two parts to it. And you can mix it with any water-based paint. So that could be emulsion, so little tester pots of emulsion. It could be artist acrylics, anything that's water-based.
So just to be clear, so I can buy just those, it's not special fabric paint, it's not expensive stuff. These, I might have emulsion paint that I've decorated my house with, left over.
Got some left over.
I can mix that with textile medium, and then I can put it on my clothes, on my quilts, and they are washable.
That's right.
And they are flexible.
Yeah. And if you've decorated your room and you've got emulsion left over, you can then do cushions, soft furnishings.
A headboard cover.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And it's going to match your walls.
Now, the fabric medium that we have, you get loads of it. You mix it in a 1-to-1 ratio,
That's
don't
right,
you?
yes.
You get 250 mil for £8.95. Now, this is definitely the kind of, it will last you, but it's also the kind of thing that I would recommend you stock up on. It's not an expensive product, but it is at the heart of Stencil Up. So I would recommend getting 2 of these, so that you've got 1 to use, 1 to stash for when this one eventually runs out.
Yes. I mean, it's going to make half a litre of paint, which
And that's a
stenciling
lot.
is a lot,
Yeah.
because you don't use much paint.
Yeah.
So it's really going to go quite
Cool.
far.
But I'd still stock up.
Yeah, it does
because-
go out of stock, that's the thing, and it can be hard to get hold of that particular one.
Fab. All right, thank you for that. So we mix our paint 1-to-1, any water-based paint, and
Any
you can get
water-based
metallic water-based paints,
Yes.
acrylics.
Acrylics,
water-based
artist acrylics. I will say with the metallics, be careful, because sometimes the metal particles in them don't mix too well with the fabric medium. So test a small piece first.
If
So
you
just
want to do
a
gold,
small-
we've actually got gilding paint on the show.
Yeah, and that
We'll
one
get to
doesn't
that.
need fabric medium.
Oh, it doesn't?
No,
Oh,
it's
awesome.
like a resin-based
Oh, nice.
paint, and so it's flexible and washable. So that's the only one that you don't need to add the fabric medium to.
Okay.
But a standard metallic emulsion, so I've got one here, which is a sort of tester pot of silver. This is silver emulsion that you can get in any
Wow.
DIY store.
Okay.
So basically, you just mix it 50-50, and you can either mix it in the pot if you want to make up a large batch of the paint, or you can just mix it on a tray like I'm going to do.
So as if we were starting out and we were maybe doing a cushion cover, roughly how much of each would I mix up to start with? A teaspoon, a tablespoon?
A couple of tablespoons.
Couple of tablespoons of
yes,
each.
yeah, that
Fair
would be
enough.
enough. Let me just, and then you give it a good mix. And although it's white, it doesn't change the shade of the paint at all.
It doesn't lighten it.
Doesn't lighten it, you just mix it until you've gone back to the original colour. So when you first start mixing, it will go a bit paler.
A bit streaky.
Yeah, and you just keep mixing until...
Now, just need to let you know, the medium is absolutely flying out. Loads of you are multi-buying it. £8.95 is the key. It's the secret to stenciling on fabric or painting on fabric using any water-based paint. You do not need to use textile paints, textile markers, nothing like that. Any of your water-based paints will work. It's absolutely key. The fabric is washable and it is flexible, but it is also flying out. So if you want the textile medium, please, please don't hang about. So all of that paint, now you're doing that in like a little roller set,
Yes,
roller tray.
really inexpensive. You can get them from DIY stores, but you could just use an old plate or a
Yeah.
saucer. You know, anything that you can easily wipe the paint off
Cool, yep.
afterwards. Now, there's two ways of doing it. You could use a stencil brush or a roller. If you want to be quite quick about things, the roller, mini foam roller, is the way to go.
Now, there's one thing that's really key about your stencils, Lorraine, which sets you apart. They are sticky.
Oh, that's right. We haven't mentioned that.
adhesive-y.
Yes.
You don't,
So
because
if
I
I
remember
put that up-
stencils back in the day when they were made out of cardboard, where you had to mask them and
Yes.
tape them down, and they
Yeah.
were a bit of a nightmare.
And then you get bleeding underneath.
These don't
Well,
do that.
no, so you can move it around. But it's low tack, so it peels off. It doesn't leave any residue. It doesn't damage your fabric. It's just magic stuff.
But surely over time it gets covered in fluff and then it doesn't work anymore.
So you just wash it in warm soapy water. You leave it
Right.
to dry about 24 hours.
And the stick comes back.
The stick comes back.
Amazing.
So I've had customers say,
Oh,
oh, it's not
cool.
sticky anymore. It's like, just give it a wash.
Give it a wash.
And then they say, no, it's still not sticky. 24 hours in a warm room, that's what you need. It needs to be fully
Amazing.
dry to be sticky again.
So cool, isn't it? Lorraine's been doing this for a long time. You know stencils inside out. Didn't you had a Saturday job when you were a student?
I did, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, well remembered.
I remember.
Yeah, so when I was at art college, I worked in a stencil shop, but it was all little borders.
I didn't used to shop in the shop. You told me the story, right?
Yeah.
Just to put it into context for everybody.
Yeah, so that was my Saturday job. And then went off and became a graphic designer for a number of years.
Yeah.
Had my family, and just by chance came back to it. Somebody asking for some wallpaper that they couldn't find. I'll cut you a stencil.
And that was
oh,
that.
Actually, maybe I can do more of this.
Really cool.
So, yeah, it's a really nice way that I fell back into stenciling.
Yeah, absolutely. It sparked your interest, obviously.
Yeah.
So you're just rollering back and forth. We've got these rollers, by the
Yes.
way. We've got them. We'll pop the details up. £6.50 for the mini foam roller. Now, that's for the roller and the handle. Mix your paint on a plate, something like that. What do we do with the roller when we've finished with it? How do we clean it? Do we need to do anything special?
Warm soapy water again, squeeze
it.
it so all the paint comes out. Make sure that the water runs clear so you've got all the paint out. Leave it to dry, and then you can use it again.
Now, I notice you taking off quite a bit of the excess.
Yes, you don't want to put it on too wet. If you're going onto paper, you really need a dry roller.
Right.
You can get away on fabric having it slightly wetter because you don't want to be squeezing the roller. You don't want to be putting too much pressure on. You're just sort of laying the paint on top.
So a light touch.
A light touch.
And
then
you can always go back over,
go back.
can't you?
Yes, you can.
Now, I just need to let you know that the 250ml Stencil Up fabric medium is about to sell out. So well done if you... Oh, it's gone. Well done if you got yours. Now, we do have an alternative. We stock textile medium. Well, this is the kind of stuff we use with our Inktense pencils. It's 100ml in the bottle. It will work in exactly the same way. You still use 50-50 ratio. This is a little bit more liquid than yours, isn't it?
Yes. So just be a bit more careful taking the paint off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't go on too wet. But what you can do is leave it sitting for a while. And then that will thicken up. Sort of if you leave it for an hour, it will start to dry out a bit.
Oh, mix your paint and your fabric medium.
Leave it for an hour, sort of out, so it starts to dry a little bit, and then you'll find it might be easier to work with.
Perfect. And as always, when you've loaded your brush or your roller, take it off on some kitchen paper
and
as
if it's
well.
the first time you've done it, get some scrap material. Practice first. Don't go straight onto your main project. You know, get comfortable with the technique, with the way that the pattern repeats. Just have a little play until you're confident. And
Perfect,
you know
It's always good advice.
Yeah.
Give it a dry run first.
Yes.
So textile medium, 100ml, £5.99 for a bottle of that. But again, remember, that's going to mix up to make 200 mils of stenciling paint, isn't it? Fabric paint. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so you've done your stenciling.
So that's the first one. So I'm going to pull that one off.
Ooh.
So like I say, this is a silver emulsion.
Silver emulsion, amazing.
Silver emulsion.
What are the two dots for?
Okay, so this is to line up for the pattern repeat. And on the back of every stencil, there's a very short how-to guide, but there's also a registration diagram that shows you where those points are and where you need to move your stencil to in order to get a repeating pattern.
So if I just show you on, in fact, I'll use exactly the same stencil that Lorraine is using. So this is from the Lattis bundle, and I am using Agadir? No, Moorish Star. Moorish Star. So you can see here, you've got the, to show you how to line up your stencil if you're going crossways, and how to line up your stencil if you're going below or above. So it's very, very straightforward and easy. And the same principles repeated on any and all of the stencils. Now remember, this bundle, all of the bundles of 4, should be £47. £47. We've reduced the price of each individual stencil to £9.95, sorry, but we've also given you one of them completely free. I say we, Lorraine. Thank you, Lorraine.
You're welcome.
But it's brilliant, isn't it? Because it's a great way in to stenciling on fabric.
It is, yes. It's, you know, a good way to start, just having a bundle. And you'll realise when you've got them and you do your first project, you will then start thinking of other things you can do. You're looking around going, oh, well, I can add a bit there.
My mind goes crazy when I see your stencils. I think of so many ways to use them. Another thing you can do, of course, is Lorraine's using a single colour here, but if you think back to things like the butterfly cushion and that amazing tulip cushion, it's not called tulip, is it? What's it called?
Aubrey.
Aubrey cushion. Lorraine's used a blend of colours, so you can blend them on the plate, you can stencil in one colour, then go back over with a second or a third colour and blend them. There's so many exciting things you can do.
And each one's going to look slightly different, but that's the beauty of it.
Absolutely, absolutely. These are unique creations. Remember, the key to stenciling on fabric is the fabric medium. We have got bottles of 100 mils of textile medium. You mix it 1-to-1 with any water-based paint. So water-based things like acrylic, artists' acrylics, emulsion paints. Also, I'm wondering, things like watercolour paints.
Yes, you can.
So I have like watercolour paints in tubes.
Yes.
Would they be suitable? I'm not thinking about the hard pans.
No, the tubes will be fine.
The tubes of watercolour paint would work, wouldn't they?
And you can also water down the fabric medium. So if you're wanting to paint with it, you can then add water to make it more like sort of watercolour.
Because I'm thinking it would be lovely to maybe add some freehand details or some extras, wouldn't it, to some of the designs? You could actually go outside the stencil.
Definitely.
Don't forget, what's unique about Lorraine's stencils are that, certainly in my experience anyway, it's unique, have that sticky backing to them. So they come with, it's like a sort of paper backing, isn't it?
That's right, yes.
You peel off.
Yes, you peel it off. Once you discard the backing. So once you finish with your stencil and you've washed it and it's dried, just use something like baking parchment, greaseproof paper, and just lay your stencil on it.
Yep.
And that will stop it from picking up dust while you store it.
Yeah.
Because you won't be able to get the backing back on.
No, quite. And would these stencils store inside Polly Pockets in a file?
They'll be fine, yes, but just make sure you've got something like the...
Put them on a piece of baking paper and then put it inside the Polly Pocket.
Yes, that's right, because if it goes in on its own, it's going to stick. So there we go. We just keep going, repeating, and you can just keep... do a whole floor, a wall.
That's so awesome.
Large amounts of fabric.
Actually, or leave that open space in the background because that is just so beautiful. What a fabulous piece of fabric. I love it. And this is, once it's dry, do we need to do anything with it before it's washable?
Yes, you need to heat seal it with a dry iron.
From the back?
Back and front.
Oh, okay.
So I'll put a sheet of paper over to begin with at the front. You can do the back. Make sure it's fully dry. So I'd say leave it 24 hours before you heat seal it. Spend quite some time going over it. Get the iron as hot as you can, dry for the fabric that you're using, and then it's washable. Amazing,
amazing. And wearable. It's soft, it's flexible. You can go in there with hand stitching, machine quilting, beading, just, I mean, go to town if you wish. Such an exciting process. The Lattis bundle, 1/3 of the stock has gone. Well done if you've got yours. We're going to do them individually. Could we start with Moorish Star, please? The Moorish Star. It's a little bit Moorish, isn't it? Been waiting for ages to say that. Stenciling, eh? It's a bit Moorish. Should be £11.75. Not today. Not today, my friends. Not today. £9.95. Remember, you get the adhesive backing, you just peel the paper off, discard that, and then when you finish stenciling for the day, just stick it to a bit of baking paper, greaseproof paper. Next up, we've got Tarsus. That's this one. Absolutely spectacular. That's Tarsus. I know they do look so different depending on the colour that they're printed in. Crashing the price to $9.95. I love it. I love it. What an opportunity. What an opportunity. And of course you can stencil on paper as well,
Yes.
on walls, on furniture.
Floors.
This is called Lattis. Floors. Oh, yeah.
I think Moorish Star. Actually, a customer of mine used the Moorish Star and did their bathroom floor.
Oh, nice.
It looked amazing.
Yeah. Or on like old floorboards,
Yes.
stenciled over that.
Yeah. And slightly distressed.
Exactly that. Beautiful. A blanket box. Lovely. And of course, you don't have to stencil everything. It could just be a feature, the lid of a box. This is called Lattis. I actually designed a quilt which looks like that,
Right.
but pieced. This is much quicker and easier. Yeah, border on a quilt, that'd be lovely. Remember, you can make your own fabric, the perfect colour, the perfect design. Something like this, I think, is absolutely correct. This is called Agadir. This is, for me, this is crying out for beading, because I'd want to put gemstones in these gaps. Yeah. I'd want to put tiny seed beads coming, you know, little hot fix crystals. Yeah. You could put hand stitching inside the details. What about lampshades?
Yes.
Yeah. So combining stenciling on fabric, then add some embroidery and beadwork, and then use a lampshade kit to create something truly, truly unique.
But you can even go on to pre-made plain lampshades of fabric.
Sure.
Because they're adhesive, they hold the curve really nicely.
Of course they do. Of course they do. So if you've got a boring plain lampshade, what a brilliant way of making it totally you. The bundle, by the way, $29.85. Going to need to do the Nouveau next because over half the stock's gone. We will come back to you in a moment. I'm so sorry. It's very, very busy, really busy. Right, over half the stock of the bundle has gone. This is the Nouveau collection. You get Lotus Tile, Nouveau Tulips, Aubrey, one of my favourites, and the Butterfly Repeat. They're all completely reusable. They're sticky. When it goes kind of fluffy and needs refreshing, you just warm soapy water, dry it for 24 hours, it's sticky again. There's more of these in baskets than we have available, I'm afraid. Sorry about that, but check out your basket and you'll get yours. Now this way, you're paying $9.95 per stencil, except we're giving you, whichever one you consider your favourite, you can have that one for free. You're only paying for 3 of them, and you're not paying the normal price of $11.75. You're paying $9.95 for 3 stencils. For each of 3 stencils, you're getting one for free. Amazing value. Right, let's do them individually. Aubrey first. Aubrey first. This one right here. This is Aubrey. This is done 4 times. Absolutely. Just the epitome of elegance, isn't it? $9.95. We are crashing all of these to $9.95. If you want to go ahead. Could we have a look at the cushion again, please, Lorraine? It's absolutely stunning. And this is using Gild. Thank you.
Yes.
This is using Gild, which is a special paint, gold paint. This does not need fabric medium added to it.
No, it doesn't.
You can use this straight out the jar to create this amazing gold. But look as well, I love how Lorraine's used 2 different colours to stencil the tulips. It just absolutely brings it to life. Now, 1/3 of the individual Aubrey stencil has gone. Well done if you've got it. Art Nouveau is definitely in the lead, Lorraine.
Yes, it's very popular at the moment.
Love the elegance.
I love it. I think it's Art Deco was in favour for a long while, the stenciling at least,
Yeah.
but Art Nouveau is now taking over. and I love it. It's so pretty.
Interesting. Gorgeous. Totally me. Next up, we've got Lotus Tile. Now, I do have a beautiful sample of that stenciled. This is a light paint on a gold background. That's amazing. Now, remember, this is designed, you can use this to stencil on kitchen tiles, bathroom tiles, that kind of thing as well. That instantly makes me think of quilt blocks, stenciling individual quilt blocks or fabric that you can then cut up. You've also got incredible secondary designs when the tiles come together. So, I mean, there's just so much value in there. What about using that on flower pots, terracotta flower pots?
Lovely.
Beautiful, beautiful. And of course there, if you're using these stencils on not fabric, well, then you can use all sorts of other mediums, can't you?
Yeah, that's right. So if you're going outside on plant pots for outside or on a patio, you'd want to use something like a masonry paint that's going to be weatherproof.
Yeah.
If you're going onto your garden fence, use a fencing product.
Yeah,
So it's
sure.
using the right paint for the surface.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. The outside of your she shed, maybe. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. I love it. I love it. But also as well, think about stenciling. Now, can we stencil on faux leather?
Yes. Again, it's using the right product.
Yeah.
The gild would certainly work.
The gilt, I mean,
the gild works on anything. It's
Right.
a magic paint. It really
Love
is.
that.
It's fantastic. And it's a real true gold.
Oh.
There's not many true golds out there.
No,
but it
no.
really
Can you
is.
imagine stenciling gold on faux leather to make a bag? Oh, lovely. Right, that's Lotus Tile. Next up, we'll do Nouveau Tulips. So this is so elegant. So elegant. Remember, if you were doing this on walls, maybe on a single, like, feature wall, we call it, yeah? I mean, imagine what well, I know how much it costs to buy even, like, commercially made wallpaper that's, like, done. But, I mean, if it's hand stenciled, I mean, it's just crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you can do this yourself.
Yes, and you can get the look of hand-printed wallpaper, the very
Yeah.
expensive.
Yeah.
Next to
And
nothing.
wasn't that the sort of original thing with stenciling on walls? It was to mimic wallpaper.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
And even had like the almost like the lines left. So
Yes.
it looked like a strip of wallpaper.
Yeah. But with stenciling, like kitchens and bathrooms, where it's a bit difficult to use wallpaper because of the moisture.
Of course.
I mean, you can, there's ones out there, but stenciling's perfect because you can just use kitchen bathroom paints and it's going to be durable.
Can we just have a look? You've used one of the, just above, the turquoisey teal. This is actually stenciled on a blind. This is a different stencil, but a pre-made blind. Look at that. One run. Could be pre-made curtains. It could be a roller blind. Would you still use the textile medium?
No, you don't need to with that. You can use different paints.
Right.
I'd say artist acrylics work really well. I've used the gild on that as well.
Yeah.
So if you're just doing the bottom, you don't need to worry too much about it sort of cracking.
Right.
If you're going over the whole blind, so you're going to roll it up, there are more specialist paints out there.
Right.
But if you're going to leave it just the border at the bottom, you can get away with using artist
Fair
acrylics.
enough. Fair enough. Great. Oh, I love that. That's Nouveau Tulips. And then the last one is called Butterfly Repeat. And again, this is one that I could use so many ways because this, again, you could just do one butterfly on the flap of a clutch bag. And again, I would go in there with cabochons, with jewels and stitch them down. You could use a blend of colours, couldn't you? You could do kind of from deep purple, blending through lighter purples, lilacs into oranges and deep into reds, so kind of purple, pink, orange, just blend it through. You've done something very, I mean, look at the cushion. It's so fabulous.
Yeah,
Look.
I've used 3 colours there.
So did you have the sort of 3 colours and then use stencil brushes for that?
Yes, this is with brushes.
Yeah. We do have brushes, by the way. I will just mention, we'll probably get to them in a minute, but if not, we've got them. 3 different sizes, including small detail. So this is the kind of thing you'd use if you want to do kind of multicoloured. Well, I've done that a few times. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, the Nouveau bundle is oversubscribed. You can get them separately, but if you want the bundle, best value, you buy 4, you only pay for 3. You pay for 3, you get 4. You pay £29.85. They should be £11.75 each, which would make the whole bundle £47. You're paying £29.85 because you're paying £9.95 per stencil, but you're actually also getting 1 free. Amazing. Can we talk about gild?
We can, yes.
This is the amazing gold. Now, I've got 2 different sizes. So, do you want a little gold or do you want a lot of gold? Let's start with a lot of gold. I want a lot of gold. This is acrylic gilding enamel. So this is going to work without fabric medium. Is it still washable?
It is, yes.
It's still washable. That's
Yeah.
amazing. And it still retains its flexibility.
It does, yeah.
Awesome.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful. I'll just grab that cushion again. And in fact, this really impressed me. That I just think is divine. And I want to quilt this as well. And you can quilt this continuous line just bouncing over. Look at that on denim. You know, you could go all over a fabric with this, but I think having the contrast of the denim at the top and the bottom, so it is a border, just is so much more. I suppose if you were really careful, you could just do a bit of gold, couldn't you? You could kind of do this in the textile medium and paint here,
Yeah.
and then just gold in the bottom.
If you've got sort of plenty of time, or you could go over all of it with one colour and then go in with a brush, just the gold.
Yeah, I haven't got plenty of time, in fairness. I've barely got time to wash my hair. 1/3 of the stock of the big jar of gild, gone. Gone. We also have a smaller jar. So the large jar is 60 ml, the small jar is 30 ml, so half the size for £13.99. Still a sizable amount of medium in there, though.
Oh, yeah, for stenciling, it's going to go a really long way.
I know this is a silly question, but I'll ask it. Roughly, how much would I need to do that?
Oh,
Teaspoon or 2?
Yeah.
About a teaspoon?
Yeah.
So actually there's lots in there.
There
That's
is
30 ml, teaspoon's 5 ml. So 6 of these. Could you show us how to use it?
Yes, sure. So I'm going to use a brush, and I'll just do these borders. We haven't looked at the arts and crafts borders yet.
Oh, we'll look at those in a
So
sec.
I will use one of the borders. So I'm just going to mix it up in the pots. Make sure this paint is really well mixed, because all the metallic pieces settle at the bottom.
Okay.
So if you look at one of the jars you have there, Stuart,
Yes.
you can see it. It's
I
not
had
mixed,
noticed,
so it
yeah.
needs to be mixed really well. So I'm using a small stencil brush, and I'm just going to stipple on top. You can roll it as well,
You can.
but you will use more paint if you're rolling.
So brushes are a bit more economical.
They are, yes.
And a lot more controlled, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right.
Now remember, if you've used like card stencils in the past that you just kind of held to the wall with a wing and a prayer, you used to get bleeding under those. You don't get bleeding under Lorraine stencils because they're sticky backed. They're very special. They're very different. They're sticky backed. They cling everywhere to the fabric, so you get that perfect crisp design. And if your stencil up stencils have lost their sticky, don't give up, don't panic, nothing's gone wrong. Just warm soapy water, give them a good old wash, let them dry for 24 hours and they'll be sticky again. Brilliant. The little brush, by the way, that Lorraine's using, we'll get to in a second, but have a look on screen. So we've got the large jar of gild on one side, but on the other, we've got these fabulous arts and crafts borders, stencils, which I'm gonna whip out and show you. You get 6 different borders. Now, as a little toe in the water, not just with stencils, but actually using them, I think these are a great option because, again, for things like bag making and cushions and quilt blocks, imagine all the creative ways that you could use these. Sashing. I mean, talk about blinging up your sashing. Imagine if you'd done something like some Celtic knotwork designs in the block, and then you use that as a stencil in the sashing. Of course, these are repeatable as well. You could line these up. Are they easy to line up?
Yes, I'll show you when I've...
Oh, brilliant, thank you. But you've got 6 different designs, and they're all arts and crafts. And we love our William Morris here. We love our arts and crafts. That's absolutely gorgeous. That one looks almost like medieval manuscript, kind of.
Yes, yeah. So I created these to go with the William Morris letters that I've done in the past.
Oh, which we love.
Yeah.
Which we love.
I think these really complement the letters.
So you could create frames around other stenciled designs or quilt blocks or applique. You could use these. Imagine doing a denim shirt and imagine using this down the placket, down the front placket, beautiful. All stenciled. And you could even use different colours, you know, a bit more mottled, almost to create a folk art look on a denim shirt. Loads of lovely things you could do. Let's have a look and see what you've been up to.
Okay, so to do the repeat, you just simply move the stencil along and you see it lines up there.
Yep.
And you can just keep going on and on until you've
That's easy.
completed
Coming over
all
for
of
a
it.
nosy. Oh, it's brilliant.
There we go.
It's brilliant. See, now I would be stenciling these, then cutting out the strips and seaming them into maybe something like, you know, you could seam them with jelly roll strips. Mix them in. It's fabulous. Now, the little brush that Lorraine's using is this one right here. It's the Baby Bear. £5. Is that all? Gosh, that's really good value, isn't it? It's not expensive. £8.99 for your fabric medium, £5.50 for your stencil brush, and then regular, any water-based paint, emulsion paint, artists' acrylics, watercolours. Get the ones in tubes. The special gild paint, which I absolutely love. But just brilliant. And then pick your stencil and away you go. That's the little one. The middle-sized one, what sort of things would I use the middle size for, Lorraine?
I think if you're only going to go for one brush, go for the middle.
Yeah?
Because you can use it on the smaller areas. You can mask off the small areas. And we have got the masking strips.
Yeah.
That just allow you to extend your working area.
Yeah, they're really useful.
Slightly. Again, they're the same material. So if you had a medium,
too.
They're sticky too. Yeah. So if you've got the medium, you can still work on small areas, but you can then just sort of mask off to protect your working area.
Fab.
A bit.
So that's the medium-sized brush, £7.50, and then Big Bear. That's like being a toddler and finding your dad's shaving brush, isn't it? What do you use this for, Daddy? Do you remember the day when no one here will know this, Lorraine, because they're all 20.
They're all so young, aren't they? Yes.
But everyone had a shaving mug, didn't they? A shaving mug and a shaving brush and a stick of soap. Do you? Oh, Charlie's got one. Anyway, there we go. That's the large stencil brush, £11.50. And I'm imagining if we're going to be doing something like stenciling on walls, if we're not going for a roller, then the big brush is going to be the fastest way to
definitely.
do it.
And you can use the stippling technique, but to speed it up, you can then do a swirling sort of blending technique.
Kind of.
Yeah, and that's even quicker.
Oh, I want to do stenciling now. Fab. The masking strips. Now, I think these would be absolutely... I think if you're going for the no, what's the style called?
Arts and crafts.
Arts and crafts, thank you. The arts and crafts borders, I would go for the masking strips as well.
Yes.
Because I would go over the edges by accident, even with the smallest brudge. They get loads of masking strips in here. And these are strips of stencil material that have that sticky back to them. And you can use these to mask off the edges of your stencil. And it just gives you a bit of wiggle room, doesn't it?
But you could use them anytime you would be using a small amount of masking tape to hold things down.
Yeah.
You can use those.
Use these instead.
Reusable masking tape.
Brilliant,
basically.
yeah. Oh, perfect. £7.50 for those. Reusable masking tape. Who doesn't need that? Yeah, ace. Absolutely brilliant. Love these strips. These are great, aren't they? So many creative ways you could use the borders. So many ways. They've been really, really popular. Let me just show you them again. They're so varied as well in their designs. Kind of Celtic, slightly medieval, floral, country style. There's really something there for everyone. Oh my goodness me, we've only got 4 packs left when everyone's checked out their baskets. I'm actually quite tempted to get one of these like as a tattoo armband. What do you think? Is tribal still in? Is that still in?
Oh, I
Is
don't
it a
know.
thing? I don't think it is,
No.
is it really? It's a bit 1994. As a tattoo, fab. Right, that's those. Now, the floral bundle of stencils, been very, very popular. Very, very popular. The second most popular, actually, Art Nouveau has sold out, by the way. Oh, okay. Well done if you got it in the bundle. You can get individuals of all 4. Half the stock of floral has gone. You get Hoya, which is your mixed florals. Hoya, you're right. What is Hoya?
It's just a flower.
Oh, okay.
Flower, yeah,
cool.
very delicate.
Yeah, beautiful.
White pink flower.
I love that. Rose Repeat. There's the Rose Repeat. Absolutely in love with that. That's done colourful, but look, this is just lightly done with white paint on denim. How cool is that? Same stencil, amazing. So you get your Rose Repeat, your repeating palm. Lovely. Could be a bit tropical looking, that, couldn't it? Could be. You could do that in tropical colours. And then philodendron, which has these gorgeous heart-shaped leaves, very graceful. I could imagine doing table linens. Imagine a white tablecloth and napkins stencilled in greens for a spring or summer wedding.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
Or just a garden party.
Yeah.
That's how we roll. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. That's the floral set, $29.85. And then last of all, oh, individually, thank you. Yes, right. So we'll do palm. Palm. Should be $11.75. You're not paying that today. You're paying $9.95. So if you've got a very specific project in mind, Jeanette's got in touch. Hi, Stuart. My apple pops have just arrived. Have fun. I also do a lot of stenciling. Going to have loads of fun today, combining the two. I think very much this is about combining, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's palm. We've got Hoya, which is this gorgeous, delicate floral. And you can see you've got those points for matching up. If you have a look on the back, you can see exactly how to do it. Tips and advice, it's all there. Lots of online support as well. We've got philodendron. Philodendron, a beautiful, graceful, ivy-like, isn't it? $9.95 for that. All adhesive backed as well, remember. It's one of the things that makes Lorraine's stencils so special and so much easier to use, more successful.
Yes, definitely.
That's what it's all about, isn't it?
I think if you've struggled with stenciling in the past and you've been using masking tape and you might be put off, give the adhesive back a go.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Rose Repeat, the last one. Again, imagine doing that with the gilding paint.
Lovely.
On something like velvet.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, deep plum velvet, and then do that with gold.
Yes.
Yummy. Yummy, yummy. Right, that's that. One more bundle. That is deco. Deco. So the bundle for deco, we've got Arches, we've got Lexington, Dotty Deco, and Lisbon. Super elegant, these. The samples, just beautiful. Remember, you're getting them all at £9.95 a piece, but you're also getting one for free in that bundle. You do get one for free in that bundle. So you get 4 different stencils there. They're just so elegant, aren't they? Loads of different ways you could use those. And then individually, shall we start with Lisbon? That's this one right here. Isn't that gorgeous?
Easy.
It's a rabbit hole though.
Yes, definitely.
Should come with a warning.
Yes, perhaps.
Highly addictive. Yeah, for anybody who's got the most, the slightest bit of creativity, it will fire you up. That's everybody. It will fire you up. Next up, Dotty Deco fans. Shouldn't have favourites, but I'm just, do you know what? It's this that's made me want to do. Isn't it amazing when you see them in action? Just incredible. Just incredible. £9.95. We've got Lexington, very New York. Very, very fancy. But even look, those really fine lines. An inferior stencil, that would be a nightmare.
Yeah, you would
because
struggle
they're
if
sticky
you're
backs.
yes, if you're just using masking tape holding down the edges. On the delicate ones, you risk going underneath.
For sure.
Yeah, just make
but
sure
this
it's really stuck
sticks
down.
to your fabric. And then last of all, deco arches. So quilty, isn't it? Almost like feathers, almost like quilted feathers or fans. Just so beautiful. Maybe you've got plain fabric to back your quilt. You want to make it a bit fancy. Stencil it first. Stencil areas of it. Maybe a centre strip in the backing of your quilt and turn that plain fabric into something really special. Registration marks, remember, for moving it around. Textile medium is key. 100 ml bottle, mix it 1-to-1 with your water-based paints and it becomes fabric paint. £5.99 for this. And Lorraine gave us that top tip. Leave it mixed for about an hour before you start using it, just to thicken slightly with this one. Okay. Remember, you don't need to use this if you're using gild, the special gild.
Yeah, that's right.
That will work straight on fabric. Okay, Lorraine, been an amazing hour. Thank you so much. There was a few things we didn't get to, but we get you for another hour.
Yes, yeah.
So we can look at things
Lots
like
more.
decolorant paste then.
Yes.
And we've got some really big stencils.
We have, yes.
Awesome. I'm already planning on redecorating a spare bedroom. All right, you have a nice break,
Okay, see you
and I'll
later.
see you after this. George is here. George is here with the most amazing deal on the Britannia Overlocker. He's an incredible guest. He knows everything there is to know about overlockers. So stick around, and I'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. I've been excited about this show for ages. George Franklin is here. Hello, George.
Morning.
Got a thread stuck to your jacket, love.
Oh, thank you.
Looking fab, looking sharp as always. George, we did a show together late last year with the Britannia overlocker and cover stitch machines.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
It was an absolute frenzy. It was so busy, and I've been excited about this ever since because George brings, of course, their amazing brand that is Britannia, such a brilliant overlocker, and we've also got a cover stitch machine at 12 o'clock, don't forget. This hour we're focusing on the overlocker. The value's incredible. Absolutely incredible. You've already been checking out your baskets on this one, and I don't blame you. Under £300 for a fabulous overlocker. We can do 4-thread, 3-thread, 2-thread overlocking. You can also get an extra set of feet, and the feet last time blew me away because I didn't even know that you could get different feet for an overlocker. We've got beading, sequin, ruffling, elasticating. I mean, we'll get to that. But absolutely incredible overlocker. Absolutely incredible overlocker. George, tell me about the brand of Britannia.
So, Britannia we've been working with for a long time. They're a British design machine. What we try and do is bring the sort of quality finishes from a factory to the home user. So once you have your sewing machine, the next thing to get is the overlocker.
Exactly. It's really about sort of finishing the picture, isn't it? You know, your sewing machine, of course, is absolutely integral to what you're doing. But the next part of the jigsaw, if you like, and often for people, the essential part of the jigsaw is an overlocker. So what would we use an overlocker for, George?
So traditionally an overlocker in sort of more formal wear, it was used to finish off the edge of fabric so that they don't fray. Now whole garments are being made on an overlocker almost. Because they're fantastic with stretchy fabrics.
Yes.
They'll stitch, it's more like a knitted stitching compared to a sewing machine, which is a lock stitch. So once you overlock stretchy fabric, the overlock stitch will stretch with the fabric and then go back.
Yes, you can use them for constructing, can't you? But they also finish the raw edges inside garments and soft furnishings, that kind of thing, so beautifully. And as George said, you know, stretchy fabrics are so popular now for dressmaking, and overlockers work absolutely incredibly with them. We had a lovely message for you, George, from Samantha in Bristol. She says, we love the products the gorgeous George brings, and he explains them so well.
Thank you.
I'm not going to get any attention this hour, George. I don't like it when you're on. I do really. But George is gorgeous. Now, don't forget, today, with this overlocker, before you see it in action, you're making an amazing saving. £72 has already come off the price. It's £299, and you can also take advantage of split pay. Our split pay on this, remember, interest-free. You don't pay a penny more in interest. You pay £99.66 today to get it home. Enjoy it for a month before your second payment comes out next month. That's how split pay works. No credit checks, no forms to fill in. You just choose it as an option at the end of checking out. It's as easy as that. Well done, those of you who've already checked out your Britannia overlocker. Under £300 for an amazing overlocker that does 4, 3 and 2 thread overlocking. You're also getting 12,000 metres of thread with this machine.
So we're including, 12,000 metres of thread. So 4 reels, 3 colours, 4 of each 3 colours.
Oh, wow.
Black, white and a neutral colour.
Amazing, amazing. So we've got all our utility colours to get us started. 4 reels of each. That's an extra cost, surely?
That is, yes. Yeah, that's about £15–16 worth of thread.
Amazing,
On top
fantastic.
of the deal already on the machine.
Yeah, fabulous. I mean, it's getting on to almost £100 worth of extra value for free with the discount on the machine and all that thread included as well. You're just paying £299. It's an amazing machine, George. Easy enough for the beginner.
Very simple to use. I'll take you through threading the machine.
Yes, please.
As well.
Before you do that, George, I did mention I teased the feet, and these were an absolute runaway success. Now, you don't need to buy these for your overlocker. Your overlocker comes with its foot, it comes with the cutting blade and all that, does all the normal overlocking things. But we have a set of 5 feet that work with your Britannia overlocker. George, before our last show, I didn't even realise you could change the feet. Yeah. What feet do we have in this optional set? It's $79.95, by the way, and well worth getting.
So you get the elasticating foot, which is really good for cuffs and waistbands to attach elastic to the fabric very easily. The gathering foot, the beading foot.
Beading foot?
Yes.
Nice.
The blind hem foot, and so elasticating, beading, blind hem, gathering, and piping foot. And
piping as well. All on your overlocker. So if you do lots of dressmaking, if you do home decor, fashion dancewear, of course, yes, dancewear, lycra and spandex, adding beading, fringing, cording, all these different things, gathering. You get so much more out of your overlocker. You'll really understand, I think, then the versatility of an overlocker if you get these feet as well. Remember, you're making a saving of £20 on this set. It should be $99.95. You're paying $79.95 today. You get all 5 feet. Maybe you got the overlocker last time, and this time you're going to get your extra feet. Remember, you get piping, gathering, beading, blind hem and elasticating feet, all included in this set, and it does come with instructions and a storage box for them for a £20 saving, $79.95. Well worth putting in your basket. A message. Wow, posh George all dressed up today. You've scrubbed up.
Winter.
Oh, is that the winter look?
It is, yeah.
Very nice. I like it. I like it. You've been gorgeous. You've been posh. Keep those adjectives coming. George, what can you show us?
Well, so it's, as I say, easy to thread up, easy to use. And the other thing that you want with an overlocker is something that's versatile.
Yeah.
That's going to go through thick, thin, stretchy, non-stretchy fabrics. So I've got a pile of fabrics here, which I'm going to run straight through the machine.
Great.
And even with these extremes...
So what have we got first?
Just a sort of like a calico.
Yep, yep. That looks like a cotton canvas, something quite thick.
It's quite it's a bit heavier. Yeah. Yes, indeed, yeah. And then even so, going over the thicker parts as well.
So now you're going through 4 layers just to show off.
2 to 4.
Look at that. Look at that. Just hang on 1 second, George, for me. We'll just get a little close-up of that. Beautiful lower edge there. Look how beautifully finished that is. Not a thread out of place. This is what... Oh, hello. Is that my eyes? There we go. 2 layers, but then George folded it in over, and it's 4 layers at the end. You've got that perfect finish. Absolutely beautiful. That's on cotton canvas. What's next?
Next, jersey.
Show us that stretch. Jersey. Gorgeous.
So let's put that in there.
And of course, you might be able to see, as George is overlocking the edges, there's a blade which is cutting off the excess so that you get that perfect, neat finish. Where's the excess going, George?
All into the
Brill.
Box here.
And that's included, you get that box that collects the extra fabric, the thread waste. Sometimes you have to buy those separately. It's all included.
It's all included with this one.
Now, can you just show us? This is a jersey fabric, so obviously this is stretchy.
Yes.
Now, oftentimes, if you stitch on stretchy fabrics, when you try and stretch them, the stitching doesn't stretch in the same way.
Yes, and the thread can break with this one.
Look.
Proper stretch on there, and then it goes back to its...
So if you're making leggings, jeggings, I just wanted to say the word. If you're making yoga wear,
T-shirts, any dresses,
children's wear.
Yeah.
So there's room to move. Baby grows, lounge wear.
Yes.
Onesies.
Yes. And then for the bottom of your legging as well, you've got the free arm on this. So this piece flies up.
Hello. I wasn't expecting that. So just like on a sewing machine where you might expose the free arm for doing cuffs, you can do the same.
Yes.
Look at this.
So to finish off the bottom, pop that in there.
And you're just turning that around the free arm.
Exactly.
How brilliant. I'm already seeing an awful lot of value for £299, aren't you? Don't pay the whole amount in one go, by the way. If you want to, take advantage of split pay. You just pay £99.66 today to get the Britannia Overlocker home.
On there.
Look at that. Look at that.
And also, running over the seams really easily. Has the beat on there.
Perfect, neat
that's
finish.
Ready to be tucked in for just the end of a sleeve.
Yep.
End of a sort of pyjama bottoms, things like that.
End of your jeggings.
Yes.
Brilliant. So we've got cotton canvas, went through sweet as a nut. We've had jersey fabric, and we've seen a free arm in action as well. What's next, George?
Fleece.
Gorgeous.
So again, going from thin to thick, I'm not going to adjust anything. It will just go from jersey.
So you don't have to change the pressure?
No. This will... so you do change the pressure on extreme fabric. So I've got some really heavyweight wools here as well. I can make adjustments.
Oh, I see. Do you see at the top there's this little silver screw here that you can twist to change the amount of pressure on the foot?
Yes.
Gotcha.
But I haven't had to adjust anything going from that cotton jersey up to the fleece. And then, again, you've got that stretch.
Amazing. Still with that stretch on polar fleece. And that's a thick fabric, isn't it?
It is.
But still, look at the quality of the stitching. It's absolutely perfect.
And then that's
no show through. That is magic. That's impressive, George. I like that very much. Lynn's impressed with hers. She got hers last time, and she says she's not been well enough to really get stuck into it, but she did do some repairing last week and loves her Britannia Overlocker. Sue asked, will the Overlocker feet fit any other brand? They don't, do they?
No, no.
They're for Britannia only. And I know it's a bit frustrating, Sue, because it's brilliant, isn't it? And I've never seen Overlocker feet for any other brand. But that's one of the things that George brings us here with Britannia. You can get those extra feet. And what an affordable price as well. You could get the Overlocker and the feet for well under £400. And actually, if you take advantage of split pay on your machine, it's less than £200 to get both home today. Remember, you don't pay any extra postage. This is a hefty chunk of machine here. This is going to sit on your sewing room table or in your workroom or on your kitchen table and work beautifully for you. But you're only going to pay £3.95 postage. And if you've bought something else today, you won't pay any additional postage. So, what have you been doing there?
Well, I've made a cuff.
Nice.
And now I'm going to add that cuff to my sleeve.
You're doing a bit of dressmaking.
Oh, yes. So I'm going to line up all the seams so that it looks really neat when it's finished.
Yep.
I've made the cuff probably a little bit too small, actually, but you want to make it about 10% smaller than the sleeve and stretch it out as you're going. So I'm going to start with that thicker seam there. Straight over there.
Did you make that jacket you're wearing, George? I'll ask before anybody else does. Seeing George's sewing credentials now, folks, this is ace, isn't it?
Well, a lot of things, you know, recently all the sales are on, so I'll buy something if it's a large, take it in. An Overlocker is
all right, don't show off.
To do that.
I get a large and let it out.
So that's all sewed in there. Turn it back round.
Oh, what?
Inside out.
Look at that. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. I love it. Really clever. Really clever, George. It's impressive. It's really impressive. It's the Britannia Overlocker. Amazing deal. We've already given you a £72 saving on the Britannia Overlocker. It should be £371. You're paying £299. Amazing value. You're also getting 12,000 metres of thread. So you're getting 4 reels of each of white, black and a neutral Overlocker thread to go with your machine. So you can literally jump straight on and start seeing how this amazing machine works for you. Now, George, a question for you. Some people, when they're using their Overlocker, sometimes some uses want to disengage the blade. Can we do that with the Britannia?
Yes, you've got the switch here. So
right.
Switch that over and the blade drops away.
Oh, simple as that?
Yes.
Just like dropping your feed dogs, really. You see that little switch with the blue markings? Amazing. Amazing. Easy. Easy as that. Now, is it easy to thread? Because this is the one thing that people ask about Overlockers. Is it okay? Is it easy to thread?
It is, yes.
Will you thread it for me?
Yes, indeed. Shall I come around the other side?
You can come around the other side, George. It's going to come around the other side of the machine.
Cutting all the threads off there.
Threads.
I'm gonna...
I know a lot of you at home are taking a sharp intake of breath now, thinking, no, you've got to knot them and pull them through. You must never... You can thread your Overlocker. George is going to show us how.
So, there's all in the instruction manual how to do it as well. There is a diagram on the front of the machine. So...
You turn that machine wherever you need.
And we see that.
Shall I move it over just very slightly?
Yeah, of course.
Can I move it just that? Is that a little bit easier? Yeah. How's that for you, Charlie? Does that be all right? Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Give it a go. We'll give it a go.
So there's a diagram on the underneath to do the loopers. I like to start with the green first. So all the threads, they sit on the back row here, up and through this hole.
Oh, nice.
under this catch and down through the tension. And there's a button on the side here. If I just push that in...
Oh, perfect work, Levi. Thank you. Got Levi on the case now too.
And then I'm just hitting all the green markers on here. And then if I turn that back, so green, 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 and then I'm going to get my tweezers.
These are included?
These are included.
Do you want me to find them for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Are they going to be over here or...?
Might be out or in the box.
This could be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Might they be in there?
Potentially.
Potentially. George. Have we got any tweezers?
Is there a set? Can I see a set in here? Tweezers.
Oh, there we go. Awesome. He's on the case.
So it does include tweezers. So
you do get
green,
the machine.
Green, green. And then for this last bit, fold the thread in half and give it a twist. And it just gives you a little bit more stiffness to get through there. And then take that and just leave that at the back. And then the next one is blue in the catch there, straight down.
So you push that little button in when you go through the first part?
Yeah, so that you can see it. I don't know if your cameras will pick that up, but the tensions open up when you push that
gotcha.
button in. And then I can feel the tension on that thread. And then I go underneath there and into there. And then just turn the machine around so that this bit is out. And this is what used to be the difficult bit, but now is very easy. I just pop my threads in there.
Easy as that.
Lift that up, and that's done the what was the tricky bit.
Yep. You see, I do think a lot more is made of threading overlockers than should be. It's not actually difficult, is it? It's something that's worth practicing.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you're doing them one by one, it's all colour-coded.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then lift the needles to the top, and I'm ready to thread the needles, which are similar to a sewing machine.
Yeah.
In that they come straight down. It's all arrowed. And then just, if you cut your thread on an angle, makes a nice point to get through the needle.
Yeah.
And then just pop that through there. Like that. You can use a needle threader with the needles as well.
Yep. That was easy. So that's really, really similar, isn't it, to just threading a sewing machine. There's not a lot of difference there with threading a sewing machine at all. Brilliant, aren't they?
And then last needle. Threaded through there. And then I just like to leave all the threads to the back. Going inside the needle. Don't have to do that, but just starts off on a good stitch, and then that's all.
Is that it? It's all done. I think that deserves a round of applause. Well done, George. And that, I reckon, 5 minutes max, and a minute and a half of that was looking for tweezers. So it's a quick job. Don't be afraid of threading your overlocker. That, do you know, you really did just demystify that.
Yes, indeed, and you can pull threads through as well. So
yeah, you can
tie on.
Pull them.
When you are the black, white, and the neutral that we put in with the machine is mostly what you need, because the only needle that is going to show through to the outside is the left-hand needle. So you can leave the rest as close as you can get with black, white, and neutral.
Okay.
And then just thread the left-hand needle with the exact colour.
Did you know that at home? I think that might be a top tip. Well done. That's brilliant. Love that. So just the left hand. So which thread would that be on the stand at the back?
That would be this one.
This one.
So if I really pull on this.
Yeah. You are really pulling.
Really pulling on that. So you just see that one thread come through, and that's that left hand.
Yes. Needle. Okay. What an interesting tip. That's brilliant. Thank you. I want to see it go through more fabric, please.
So, again, denim.
Denim.
Let's just put that on there. On there, and again, easily up.
4 layers of denim.
4 layers of denim. 2 to
Look at
4.
that. Sweet as a nut.
No issue at all.
No. Absolutely superb, isn't it? Lots of you putting this into your baskets. What a brilliant start to the new year. Start with an overlocker. If you've been dressmaking for some time, if you've just started dressmaking, in fact, you need an overlocker. You need an overlocker. If you want to get the best finish for inside your garments, if you do home decor projects and you want the best finish inside them, you need an overlocker. When I went on the sewing bee, which is a gazillion years ago now, George, I was the only person at the time who had never used an overlocker.
Oh, really?
And I was the only person that didn't really do dressmaking. And that was why I'd never used an overlocker, because they're kind of foreign territory, aren't they? If you do patchwork and quilting, but if you do any kind of dressmaking, the finish you get with an overlocker is unsurpassed. Yes, sewing machines have over-edge stitching functions on them, but it isn't the same. It's an approximation.
It is. It's a totally different stitch.
It's a totally different stitch. It
Yeah.
doesn't have the same stretch.
It won't
doesn't
last
cut.
like an overlocker stitch. No, and it's, as you say, it doesn't cut, so it's not as easy to use. It's a lot slower. So I'm going to take the left-hand needle out now to do 3-thread overlock.
Okay.
So
what's the difference? 4-thread overlocking. Tell me when we would use 4 threads.
4 threads is when I'm putting 2 pieces of fabric together.
So constructing.
Yes, so I can seam and overlock at the same time. 3-thread overlocking is for generally single layers of fabric.
Okay, so for example, I remember on Sewing Bee, we made a pair of trousers and the instructions were to cut out all of the pieces for the trousers and then to overlock the individual pieces before constructing.
Yes.
So this is when we would use the 3-thread.
Exactly. So I know a lot of people will overlock round. They'll cut their dress pattern out, overlock around every piece before constructing it.
Yes.
So that it's all tied off.
Well, our Rebecca Harrison does exactly that on almost all of her dressmaking shows. She overlocks all the individual pieces first and then constructs them with a sewing machine.
Yes.
Nice. Yeah.
So just upholstery wet material as well. So this is used in upholstery making as well.
Oh yeah.
Just again, it just ensures that things last after they're washed, pillowcases and things like that.
Look at that.
That's that finish on there.
And that's durable, washable, wearable. It keeps it neat and perfect, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, yeah.
And also as well, it'll kind of really trim the seam down. You don't have to use the blade. Joyce has asked, do you always have to use the cutter with the overlocker? Absolutely not. There's a switch on the side. We'll just show you where it is again. Just give us 1 second. So there is, oh, there it is. There it is. So it's that little switch.
Yeah. In fact, all the switches on here are quite easily marked. So to drop the blade, this switch here, and then everything that's circled is your standard settings.
Okay.
So if you're, for example, if I want to do a rolled hem, I would turn everything to R. So there's the R there, turn that down to R.
R for rolled.
R on there, and then leave that as it is. And then there's one more R on the top of the machine here. I've got a little finger that I can pull back, and there's R and neutral on there as well.
So that will do a rolled hem.
This will do a rolled hem.
Is that a good time to show us a rolled hem?
Yeah.
So we use the same foot. We don't have to change the foot.
No. So this is everything I've shown so far is the machine.
And there you can see N, which is normal, and R for rolled.
Neutral,
neutral.
Yes.
Sorry.
No.
I'm such an ignoramus sometimes. That normal.
So this is going to do it. So it's a very tight stitch, close stitch.
Yes.
The length is right the way down. And then.
Oh, look at that. Can you see that finish? Incredible. So I could use a rolled hem on things like fine fabrics for dressmaking?
Yeah, exactly. So even going down to a crystal organza here.
Oh, yes, please. Organza. Or something like bridal wear, party wear.
So this is the sort of finish that you can leave on the outside of a garment.
Right, so this is a visible overlock stitch.
Yes. So what I generally, well, to be fair, it's absolutely fine in there. I would probably use a finer needle on
yes.
this, because it's just a little bit too big. It's sort of pulling a little bit.
Yeah.
But you can get that.
That's amazing.
Bridal wear, silks and things like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous. Or even if you were just doing something like making napkins, you can do a fine rolled hem on them, can't you?
And
maybe you've got something like some Tana lawn or something like that.
What you can do is you can run this, what they call a floss thread, just through the upper looper, and that gives that chunkier finish to the rolled hem. Ooh. And it's good for napkins, and it's really good as well for a little accent on a dress or around the bottom of dress, things like that. Yeah. Pick out a colour in the pattern and just match it with this sort of thread. And
that's called floss
thread, yeah. So
and that's super soft. That's the kind of thing you use on underwear as well, isn't it? Lingerie.
Exactly. Yeah, so you can use it on the upper looper and the lower looper. The lower looper would be for underwear.
Brilliant.
Upper looper for effect.
Michelle from Lancashire's got in touch to say, I always overlock around my Ada before cross-stitching. That's another application. I've never even thought of that.
I haven't thought of that, no.
Yeah, brilliant, yeah. So you've got that durable edge. I know Alison Marion was talking yesterday about sort of almost like temporarily binding around a quilt when she was doing Quilt As You Go. But I think you could overlock around the outside edge, especially if you're then going to trim it down. So many different ways you can use your overlocker. And I know certainly I've seen a few books that actually show you how to do everything from the construction with your overlocker right through to decorative finishes, decorative seams, hemming, all with your overlocker.
Yeah. Yeah, whole garments can be created on the overlocker.
Brilliant. Yeah. What about things like cork, faux leather, real leather? Can the Britannia overlocker cope with them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's just put it back onto the normal settings.
Neutral.
Neutral,
not normal, George. Honestly.
So for things like leather, especially if it's thicker leather, so I've only got upholstery weight leather with me, I probably want to just increase the length on there, and then...
Okay. Oh, Christine sent us a message saying, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Just like us to pause for a moment there, George. Suck it up. And gorgeous George. There you go. Or Georgius, as she likes to call you. What's the quickest way to unpick overlocking stitches, please? We'll mull on that while George sews through some leather. Right.
So.
Wow, look at that. That looks like a floor tile. Don't overlock a floor tile. But that looks really thick.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so this is upholstery weight leather. And again, just before putting it together, you can overlock around the edges and that'll just stop it from fraying, coming loose.
That's awesome. Can you just show us the other side as well? Just look at that. It's so neat. It's absolutely perfect. Now, of course, faux leather won't fray as such, but even so, if you're making something to give the most beautiful finish inside, if you make and sell, your customers expect it to look as good on the inside as it does on the outside. Am I right?
Yes.
And I think for most of us, actually, whether our work's being judged by someone or not, we want the inside to look as good as the outside, and certainly for longevity, to wash and wear, for comfort. Now, Christine, we do have a couple of answers for your question. What's the quickest way to unpick overlocking stitching? I would say the electric stitch unpicker, the Bridgewater stitch remover. I would go with that. Yeah, we also did a little search on the internet that said every third stitch, cut through that. Would you, any other?
I'd use one of those.
You'd use one of those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Easiest way of doing it. Easiest way of doing it. And then you just kind of shave along the seam and it just cuts through all the stitches in multiple places and it will be out in no time at all. Brilliant. There it is, the Bridgewater stitch remover. It's one of those products you don't know you need until you actually get one and then you think, oh, this is easier. So absolutely brilliant. So we've now seen thick fabric, really thick fabric, denim 4 layers. We've seen crystal organza, stretchy fabric, regular kind of canvas, cotton, that kind of thing. Everyone in baskets, I need you to check out, otherwise you're going to miss out. I mean it. We've also seen how easy it is to thread. It took George about 3.5 minutes. He has done it before, but practice. It doesn't take long to pick up these skills. That remember, there was a time when threading up your sewing machine seemed as difficult. Now you could do it with your eyes shut, couldn't you? Overlockers are just the same. Debbie from Manchester says, I've had an overlocker for about 6 years. I've never used it. It frightens me. Debbie, do you need a hug? Your demo has given me confidence to give it a go.
Brilliant.
We like that. We like that a lot. Well done, Debbie. Do it this afternoon. Don't do it yet. Stay tuned. George has got loads more demos, but brilliant, brilliant. But seriously, we've seen so much there. We've also seen how to do 3-thread overlocking and a rolled hem. Now, George, I wonder if we could have a little look at some of the feet. What do you think?
Yes.
So these are feet specifically designed for the Britannia overlocker. They won't fit another brand of overlocker machine, but if you've got the Britannia overlocker already or you're getting it today, I strongly recommend you get them. Like, they expand the possibilities of your overlocker exponentially. Now, you're already making a £20 saving on these. They should be £99.95. They're £79.95 today. And you've got 5 different feet in here. I'm going to show them to you. You have an elasticating foot, so you can elasticate cuffs and waistbands easily, or things like bedding. You've got a beading foot for adding strings of beads to your work. You've got a ruffler or a gathering foot. You've also got a piping foot on there, and you've also got an invisible hem foot, a blind hem foot. So if you do things like, even things like turning up trousers, we could do those on the overlocker.
Yes.
Amazing. Or the bottom of curtains.
Yep.
Absolutely fantastic. All that for £79.95. George is going to give us a bit of a tour, aren't you?
Yeah, so I've started off with a beading foot because with the small beads I've got here, I'm going to keep that one needle in there on the right-hand side.
Can we do larger strings of beads?
You can do, yes. Yeah. So
love this.
What I like to start off with, a couple of stitches just to secure that in there. And then it does say in the instructions just to run this slowly because you are running the needle sort of near the beads, but that's absolutely fine. So I've got the channel that I'm running the beads through.
Yeah.
And I'm running the fabric.
So this could be like a christening gown or a wedding veil. Can you imagine putting beads on a wedding veil? You've done the rolled hem round the edges, and then you add these little pearl beads all around the edge of a veil. How pretty would that be?
So I'm at the end now.
Yep.
Take that out.
I don't know about you, but there was a part of me that was waiting for that sort of sickening crunch of needle against bead, but it didn't happen, George, because this is the right tool for the job. Look at that. Look at that. That's amazing. Oh, I went really high then, but that is really cool, George.
It's a really nice finish.
It's
really
beautiful.
They are on there as well. That's attached.
Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't just glued them. He's not just holding a string of beads against a piece of fabric, you know. They're on there. Look at that.
So you can do it on the edge.
Yep.
Or down the centre of the fabric.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Lovely. You get instructions, of course, remember, they're all in there. You get your instructions. So that's the beading foot. Love it. Remember, you get 5 different feet with this set. It's £79.95, and all of these feet fit your Britannia overlocker and expand the possibilities, I mean, exponentially. You don't need them to use your overlocker. Your overlocker, you can still do your 4, 3 and 2 thread overlocking, finishing, you can do that. But as an expansion set, amazing. Lots of you buying both together. Lots of you buying the feet on their own for your Britannia overlocker that you already have. Well done. It's brilliant, isn't it?
So I'm just putting the left-hand needle back in now. Go back to 4 thread overlocking.
Jeanette says, hi again. I got an overlocker for Christmas. Lucky you. If you didn't get an overlocker for Christmas, today's the day. She says, I never used one before, but I read the instructions. I colour coordinated my cottons or my threads with my machine, blue, green, red and yellow, and basically practiced. I found it pretty easy to learn and I use it all the time now. Love it. You just got to get over that initial... But, lots of people feel exactly the same way about their first sewing machine. I know plenty of people that have bought a sewing machine and have spent months before they got it out the box because they were a bit afraid. What are we doing this time, George?
So I've just put that extra needle back on.
Yeah.
And I've attached the piping foot.
Okay.
So, obviously you can do piping on upholstery and on... well, anything around the shoulder.
Oh, on clothing, piping looks gorgeous.
You've got really nice control with this piping foot. So if I just cut this in half. Put that like that, and then I've got my... you can make piping with this, or you can use the pre-made piping here as well. In the end.
So, George, what age were you when your dad got you in the shop?
10.
10. Were you straight on sewing machine sales?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, really? I love it.
No, I was just vacuuming and cleaning to begin with.
Were you?
Yeah. I don't know. A sewing machine shop can get pretty messy quite quickly.
Oh,
threads,
all the
bits. Threads, fabrics, and it's a nightmare to vacuum up because
of course.
It'll just clog up the vacuum.
Which is why you got the job.
Yes. So, just literally, I'm laying my piping cord, fabric facing in, laying my piping cord in there, and then there's a groove on the bottom.
Thank you. What do you need?
There. So I generally pin that into place. But so it's so easy to do like that. Oh, put the fabric the wrong way. Like that.
I like that. Well, we can see where the piping is,
can.
George. It's like you did it deliberately. Oh, yeah. Let's get a nice close-up of that. That's really smart. See, if you'd got both fabrics around the same way, George, you wouldn't be able to see where the piping was. So thank you for doing that.
No problem.
Yeah, no, that looks really neat.
And on the back, again, that's all just stitched, overlocked perfect.
Because it overlocked it as well as inserting the piping.
Yes, so it's finished.
See, I need that in my life. I'm always doing piping on things, but it's normally about 3 different processes to get the piping looking as good as that. But with your overlocker, with your Britannia overlocker, plus your special set of feet, you can do it all. One step. I think that's so cool. Love that. Can we do some gathering next, please?
Absolutely.
I want ruffles on everything. Now, a lot of children's wear has ruffles, of course. A lot of bridal, a lot of party wear has ruffles, a lot of dance wear, and, of course, homewares on cushions, on... loose covers for sofas and chairs, things like that. Of course, it could be the start of a business for you, couldn't it? Because things like home furnishings, soft furnishings, loose covers, cost an absolute fortune. It was actually one of my main motivations for learning to sew with a machine.
Yes.
Was making curtains and blinds and recovering furniture. Because I just left university, I had zero money, I had a house to furnish, and I was literally kind of surfing skips and getting, you know, second-hand furniture, which I then had to make loose covers for, sofas, chairs, things like that, to make them look presentable. And, you know, this is the key. This is the key.
Okay, so to gather on this machine, you put the piece that you want to gather underneath this foot. So this foot on here has got two slots in it, the one through the middle and the one that goes underneath. So you put the piece that you want to gather underneath. And that's the longer piece because it's going to be gathered. And then you put the main piece up against through the top.
So it's almost like a slot that you put the top fabric through?
Yes. It's going to go in there. And then, so you can gather single pieces of fabric, or you can do what I'm doing here and attach a piece of fabric to another piece of fabric, gathering one and leaving one straight. Open that up, and I've got that gather on there.
Oh gosh,
and I can, just a slight gather on there, but I can increase and decrease that with the foot.
Can you do more gathering?
Yes.
Could you show us that?
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be awesome.
So if I
so you use the presser foot pressure?
Yes, increase the foot pressure and also increase the length of the stitch.
Okay.
Will also increase the gather. So if I just do a single piece.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Because there are times when you need to put loads of ruffles on things, and it can be a very slow process. Oh, yes.
On there.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Brilliant. Look at the ruffle on that. Fabulous. And then we've got elasticating.
Then we've got the elasticating foot. So, again, all the feet, they just clip on and off.
Oh, right, okay, cool.
This is the elasticating foot.
So these have a little bar. If you're familiar with any snap-on feet on your sewing machine, they work in the same way. There's a little bar that snaps on to the ankle.
Yes.
Yeah, you call it the ankle, don't
you? Yeah, the ankle, yeah. And with the elasticating foot, again, it's got a slot in there. So I've got a slot and a screw. And what that screw does is adjust the pressure on the elastic compared to the fabric. So if I want a real gather with the elastic, I'll do it up really tight.
Got you.
And I can loosen it off. So it's always good to do a little practice.
Oh, I see. Just here, just look on the front of the foot itself. There's like a little screw just on the top. The turn of the screw.
So I've done that up quite tight on there just to get a really nice gather with the elastic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very...
We're going super elasticated here.
We are.
Brilliant.
So you want to hold the fabric just behind so you can guide it out.
Because I don't know about you, George, but I like a super stretchy waistband, especially when I'm going for a carvery. You know what I mean? And I do love a carvery. Or going to the international buffet. You know, I start in Italy, I move on to India, end up in Japan. Oh, I love a buffet. Actually, I'm not that keen. And at parties, I don't like a buffet at a party, George.
No.
Oh, look at that. No, I only like a buffet at a party if I can be the first person at the buffet. I don't like food when it's all been touched by other people. But anyway, I digress. Look at that. That's amazing, George. You are clever.
So that is elasticating it, you know, and gathering it. You can use wider elastics as well, just to add some support to the fabrics. So if I loosen this right off, and then, so for example, swimwear. So this is a swimwear elastic.
Yeah. Is that a special kind of elastic?
It is, yeah.
Look,
so
see-through.
I've
never seen that before.
Again, this is what you'll find in manufactured garments.
Right.
And then
Can the home dressmaker buy that?
oh yes, yeah. This is from our shop.
Oh, cool.
So
Because a lot of people have got into making lingerie and swimwear now, haven't they? Which is something I never thought, you know, people would get into dressmaking. I thought it was ridiculous when Sewing Bee made bras, and then suddenly everyone was making bras. It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jeanette in Cumbria says, just bought mine. Can I get George as well? No, you can't, sore spot. You cannot. I'll protect you, George. Stephanie says, morning, gorgeous Stuart. Gorgeous George is so calm with this demo. Yeah, but also as well, I love that about George, but also none of this needs to be stressful and sweaty, and it's love. Do you know what I mean though, when you get nervous about doing things? George's calmness is how you can be too at home. Just, I'm loving everything this overlocker can do. It is brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant.
yeah, well, I think what I call it is I just play with the machines rather than practice. It's play, and by doing that.
And practicing those or playing with those isolated skills rather than, you know, the very first time you ever try elasticating is when you've almost finished a garment that you've been labouring on. Don't practice on a garment. Get a bit of fabric, get a bit of elastic, and just have a little play before you do the final garment.
So that has then just kept that flat.
Yes.
And it's got that extra
That's
elastication.
amazing. Look at that.
And then what I might do later, because to finish this off, you'd use an overlocker. Not an overlocker, a cover stitch.
A cover stitch,
yes.
which we are doing at 12 o'clock.
We are, yes.
Because I know a lot of you, well, all of us, I think, almost, had no idea that cover stitch machines even existed until a few years ago. But you're going to give us a full tour, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So after you bought an overlocker, that's going to do so much, and then cover stitch really is for those finishing touches.
It finishes the whole package, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's amazing. That's really cool. I like that.
So that's flat on the inside there, and it just gives it that extra support around the waist, straps and things like that as well.
Yeah, yeah. Very cool, very cool. I think the only foot we haven't seen is the
blind hem.
Blind hem.
Yes, have we got time for that as well?
I think we do, yes we do, because we're going to go over a little bit, because we did keep you waiting, George.
So
we wanted to build up to George being in the building.
So the blind hem on this, like with the sewing machine, this one definitely takes a bit of play to get right.
Yeah.
So where is my blind hem foot? That one.
Do you want to use mine?
That's right, I found it.
Got it.
Yeah. So this one does take a bit of setup. Have we got?
Yeah, we've got a few minutes. Okay. Or you can show us later.
I might show you later because I've got to take a needle out.
Oh yeah, don't worry about it now. Don't worry about it now.
Yeah.
But it does the same thing, doesn't it? So you get like an invisible hemming stitch.
Exactly. Yeah, it's really good as well. If you make it slightly visible. And it's a really nice way to finish off sleeves because you just get that slight stitch and fold on the outside.
It almost looks like it's hand stitched, doesn't it?
Yes.
A little pick stitch. Very nice, very nice. Oh, what a beautiful machine. What incredible versatility. £299 for your Britannia overlocker. It's an absolutely superb overlocker. And if you don't have one in your life, get one home. and see just how easy it is to use. Loads of you have already checked out your baskets. Lots of you have the machine in your basket too. Do check out, won't you? Because we are getting to that stage where they could start slipping out of baskets if we sell out. So we don't want that to happen. Remember, you can do 4-thread, 3-thread and 2-thread overlocking with your Britannia. Lots and lots of these in baskets. Take advantage of Easy Pay. Take advantage of Easy Pay. So the way that works is when you're checking out, just choose the split pay option, and then you'll just pay £99.66 today to get the machine home. Now, a question for you. Hi, lovely gentleman, says Trudy in Derbyshire. What needles do you use?
You can use domestic needles, standard domestic needles with this machine.
So the same thing that will go in your sewing machine?
Yes.
Universal?
Universal.
Jersey?
You don't need it. I've done all of this with a 90 needle.
Oh, so even for stretchy fabrics where I'd normally use a jersey needle, I can use the universal?
I've just, a 90 needle, for me, I've never had to change it. Unless I'm going very, very lightweight, in which case 70 or 80.
Fine. Okay, so universal needles, absolutely fine for all your overlocking. Well, that's a bit of a revelation.
But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can change in between the sewing machine.
Great.
Overlocker. Yeah.
Great. Does it come with needles in the machine?
It comes with a mixed pack of 5 needles as well. Yeah, it comes with all your tweezers, dot of oil in there as well.
Well, I was just about to ask you, actually, can you tell us, because I'm very keen on maintenance.
Yes.
Because look after your machine and they'll last you much longer.
Indeed.
How do we maintain the Britannia? What should we do?
So just blow the fluff out of there occasionally. You can, if you've got a small nozzle on a vacuum cleaner, you can get that in there as well. And just
defluff it.
Yeah, and a dot of oil where the bushes are on there. It's all in the instruction manual, just show you where it just literally a little bit on your finger and just rub it on there.
Oh, and that's it?
Yeah.
And how often would you recommend changing the needles?
It really depends on the work. So if you're doing thick fleeces and things like that, a little bit more often than finer fabrics.
Okay.
But you generally...
Would you do the same kind of thing like the
garments?
Yeah, kind of every 8 hours.
Yeah, it's always good for the machine. If you're moving on to a fresh project, a fresh needle, it's never a bad idea.
Fair enough. Good. Yeah. Excellent. Good advice. Good advice. Well, there you go. Thank you, George. That's the Britannia Overlocker. Amazing versatility, an incredible price. And, of course, take advantage of those split pays. Just £99.66 today. Also, why don't you take advantage of the brilliant Britannia extra feet package that we've got? 5 different feet. They all come with instructions in a storage box. Elasticating, gathering, piping, beading, and a blind hem. Got this machine, I love it, says Sylvia in Tyne and Wear. It's so easy to thread. That's what we like to hear. I've now ordered the extra feet. Brilliant, Sylvia. Goodness me, that's going to expand your possibilities exponentially. Brilliant, well done. Right, we're going to go to a break. George, have a rest, because I'm going to be working you hard at 12 o'clock when we're looking at the cover stitch machine. Up next after the break, we've got Lorraine Penny from Stencil up with amazing decolorant paste and an amazing new range of stencils that you will not want to miss.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Very good to have your company today on Friday. It's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, and I've got some great news for you. The Art Nouveau collection from Stencil that we had earlier on, you know, the one that everybody wanted and then sold out. Well, we have managed to get 20 bundles. I'm telling you why. We've got 20 because these are going to fly out. If you want these I urge you to be quick. Now, they should be £47. That's $11.75 per stencil. You get 4 different designs. However, we are crashing the price. You're going to pay £9.95 per stencil. However, we're also going to give one of those stencils for free, doing this to the price. £29.85 for £47 worth of stencils. You get the butterfly repeat, you get the fabulous Aubrey, you get Nouveau tulips, and you get lotus tile. All of these beautiful Art Nouveau inspired designs. Now, all of these stencils have registration points on them, which means if you want to move them around and extend, so you can have a single row, you can have a full repeat over meters of fabric if you want. You can easily do that to the side, top and bottom. They all have these registration marks on them and also a guide on the back for how you join them together, if you like, when you're stenciling. Now, all of the stencils also have a paper backing on them. When you're ready to use them, you're going to peel that paper backing off and discard it. The back of your stencil has a sticky finish to it that will allow it then to temporarily stick to your fabric, but when you peel it off, it doesn't leave any residue, it doesn't leave any stickiness whatsoever. You can keep repeatedly sticking that to your fabric, and at some point the fluff will build up and it won't stick anymore. That's not the end of your stencil's life. Just wash the stencil with warm soapy water. That will remove all the fluff and anything else that's adhering to your stencil. Give it 24 hours to dry and you're back in business. It will be sticky everywhere again, and you can keep doing that repeatedly. Absolutely brilliant. These are high quality stencils. If you've tried stenciling in the past and struggled, you won't struggle with these. You're going to get amazing results. Now, half the stock has gone of my restock. This was my restock and half of it's gone already. We're only a couple of minutes into the hour. So if you want to get the Nouveau collection, you will need to be quick. Remember, you're getting 4 stencils and you're not even paying the price of 3. 3 of these would be almost £36. You're paying £29.85, and that's because the usual price, £11.75 per stencil, has been dropped to £9.95 for the show. Thank you, Lorraine. And then we've given you one whole stencil for free as well, meaning the price you pay for 4 is £29.85. Very nice. We like that a lot. That's the Nouveau collection. If you want that, I urge you, ignore me, check out your basket. All right? Okay, right. Now then, we've also got very special decolorant paste in this hour, which we mentioned earlier on, but we didn't actually see. May I ask, Lorraine, welcome back. What is decolorant paste?
It removes the colour
from
fabric. So effectively, it bleaches the fabric.
Cool.
But of course, if you use bleach, you rot the fibres.
You really do.
And it just completely disintegrates sometimes.
Yeah.
So this is a safe way to bleach fabric.
And it comes as like a thick paste. It's almost like a wallpaper paste consistency, isn't it?
Yes.
And do we apply it in the same way as paint and
yes,
fabric
you can
medium?
use a brush, you can use a roller. And yeah, you apply it in the same way. You can go through the stencils, which I'll demonstrate that a bit later.
Mm-hmm.
The beauty of it, if you make a mistake, you can simply wash it out.
So how long does it take to decolour then?
You have to heat seal it.
Oh.
So until you've heat sealed it
with
a hot iron.
Doesn't do anything?
It doesn't do anything. You can just wash it out. So
amazing.
It's a very safe way to bleach fabrics.
Oh, amazing. So it's heat activated.
Heat activated.
And what sort of heat do we use when we're heating it up?
As hot as you can for the fabric that you're going on.
Fine.
So be guided by the fabric, and you can start off with some paper on top.
Mm-hmm.
And then steam also helps.
Okay, cool. And once you've decoloured, can you then recolour the area?
You could then stencil on top.
On top?
Of it. Yes, yeah.
Awesome.
So when you have stenciled it, this is some fabric that has already had the decolorant on, and you can barely see it. That's when it's ready for ironing. So when you put it on, it's going to be wet. I will demo this.
Yeah, yeah.
It then dries. So you need it to dry, I say 24 hours to be on the safe side, and then you can heat activate it.
Got you.
And then the magic happens.
Cool.
But it does smell really bad.
Does it?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I love those processes. But you'll show us decolouring that a little bit later.
Yes.
But grab your decolorant paste now while you can. It's $10.95 for a jar. What an amazing product. Yeah. Now, we've got some more stencils, some different stencils that we haven't already seen today in this hour. And they're larger or sort of multi-stencil sets, aren't they?
They are. So we've got some with top edge stencils for walls. We've got some layering stencils.
Gorgeous.
And also 2 parts, which just allow you to get that 2-colour look.
Fantastic. Where shall we start, Hannah? Michaelmas. That's this one here.
Yes.
Awesome. So this is a 2-layer stencil. This is called Michaelmas.
It's a William Morris design, but it's by a William Morris designer, John Henry Durrell.
Got you.
But it's under the Morris umbrella.
Yes. Now, this is designed for using on the walls, but can I use this on fabric?
You can. So we've got
You actually have.
fabric behind me.
That's the pink one.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. And you've got those different colours there. Is Levi getting the shot? Are we? Oh, of the fabric. Sorry.
Wrong way.
Thanks, Lorraine. There we go. Oh, it's lovely.
So you can see the 2 parts to that. We've got the green, which is the first stencil.
Yeah.
And then the little flowers on top.
Cool.
In the purple. And the 2 layers just makes it much quicker to get that. Because you could go in with details with a brush, but this just really speeds up the process. And again, it's a repeating pattern.
Understood. So you can link it up and it's got those registration marks. So when you're using a 2-part stencil, I can obviously see, now I know where instinctively I'd start, but as a rule of thumb, where should we start with a 2-part, or will the instructions tell us?
The instructions will say, I would start with the leaves on this one. And generally, just like if you're tiling a wall or something, start in the centre of your project and work outwards. And that way you're going to have an equal design on the edges.
Got kind of centred.
Yes.
Fabulous. That's beautiful, isn't it? So that's Michaelmas. It's $38.95, and that's for 2 parts. Remember, all of Lorraine's stencils have a paper backing on them which you peel away, and then the back of the stencil is sticky. So whether you're sticking that to walls, to painted walls, will that stick to something like a wallpaper, if it was like a plain wallpaper that had been painted?
Yeah, lining paper or any wallpaper that's already up. Although it's sticky, it's really gentle.
Yes.
So it's not going to pull the paper
Doesn't
off
pull the
wall.
paper off. Brilliant, brilliant. Cool. So that's Michaelmas. I'm thinking tablecloth for a wedding. That would be amazing. Can you imagine? On the top table, maybe just an element of it on the other tables. Yeah? Runners. What about a chair cover? What about bolstering a chair with that? And remember, it's not just things like calico and plain cottons or cotton canvas. You can stencil velvet, faux leather, real leather, upholstery weight fabrics. You can stencil anything. Yeah. Anything at all. You can also, of course, stencil walls, furniture, cupboards, wooden, painted surfaces, you name it, flooring. Really versatile. The next one we're going to do, this is the one that I'm really taken with. I'm planning a room around this. I am. This is the oak leaf. Well, I love a bit of William Morris, but equally, I nearly had to take out a second mortgage to have a room papered in William Morris wallpaper.
Very expensive.
Very eye-watering.
Yes, I think the paper's expensive, but because of the cost of it, you tend to then want to employ a professional.
Which I did.
Rather than do it yourself.
And also, as well, the repeat to get it was so wasteful.
Yes, yeah.
Whereas, of course, with this, you're using paint and a brush or a roller, and it's a bit of time.
That's right.
But the process is speeded up, of course, because the stencils are brilliant. They stick to the walls or to the fabric. Now, this is 4 parts.
Yes, so the smaller ones are the top edge. So if
Show you those first. Just give me 1 sec.
They're quite large.
Yep. So top edge. So would I use it? This is the ceiling.
Ceiling, so you can get a nice crisp line at the top, because it's very difficult with a big stencil to try and get that crisp line.
For sure.
So we start with the top edge stencil. And once you've gone round your wall or fabric, wherever you're going to use it, with the top edge, you then fill in with the main.
So we use this one first, and then while we've just done the top edge, would we go in with this?
You can. That's the layering stencil that sits on top.
So this adds the vein.
The veins, that's right. So you don't have to use that one. You could just go with the
I was going to say, that would just be lovely just on its own, wouldn't it? As like just a silhouette. So that's the top edge. And then when you come to do the main body of the wall, you're going to use the larger stencil.
That one first. And again, you get the repeating pattern. So it comes with a guide. I think I've got the oak leaf here. Do you want me to pass you that?
Oh, brilliant. Thank you.
So that shows the repeating pattern.
So you can see here how you line it up.
And just sort of spend some time getting to know the pattern, just laying it out on the floor or a table, just working out where the pattern's going to repeat, so that you know when you take it onto your project, you know exactly how it's going to go. But over time, you get to know the pattern. It sort of then becomes second nature.
Makes sense. And then you go in afterwards, you've got the veins then, so you put that over the top of your wall or your fabric, and you put the veins in. Now, can we just have a little look at the actual this is amazing. Isn't that fab? Now, you see what you could do here, you could get plain cream cotton canvas. We sell it on the channel. It's a really affordable fabric. Is it about £5.99 a metre? $7.99 or half metre rather. It's a really affordable fabric. So get that, stencil it all over with this design. You could even go in there with different shades, couldn't you? Autumny browns and oranges and greens as well. $4.49 a half metre. So stencil your leaves. Go in then with the gild to do the veins, to create a real kind of luxury high-end fabric, and then use that fabric to recover an armchair, a sofa, or make curtains or blinds from. Think about how high-end the fabric you've created, the project you've created. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to put that cotton canvas through, actually. Don't have it in the studio, but you know the kind of thing I mean. Just a cream cotton canvas. Absolutely gorgeous. $4.49 a half metre. And that's extra wide as well, so perfect for upholstery. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah, beautiful.
That would work. Obviously, there you're going to use your fabric medium with any water-based paint. So that is oak leaves. That's my favourite. I've already decided. But my mind could change. My mind could change at any moment. Right, next up, let's do the crane iris, the large. Now, we've got a couple of different sizes of this, haven't we?
Yes, we've got a small, medium and large.
So is it...
So we've got them just over here.
Is it this?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is it here.
That's it, yes.
So this.
That's the large.
And this as well?
Yes.
And this.
And that, yes.
Those are my 3 pieces.
Yeah.
Right, okay. Now let's just have a look at the actual stencil done. Wow. It's impressive, isn't it? We all went wow all at the same time.
So this is by a designer, 19th century illustrator, Walter Crane.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so this is one of his frieze designs. So you've got the main part, and you could just use that on its own.
Just this on its own,
but then you've got the other floral motifs that alternate on the design. So they line up.
So this part here, once you've stenciled this, this lines up here.
That's right. And then you alternate. If you want the authentic design, you would alternate those floral motifs.
So
you
this,
don't have to use them.
And then on the next one, you would use this one here.
One. Yeah.
Like that.
But of course, they'd be beautiful on their own, just the small motifs.
Oh, I was just thinking exactly that on something like a cushion or on a quilt block. You could either have that on its own, but also imagine if you put 4 of these, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 on a cushion, stenciled, and then hand quilted around the outside. Absolutely beautiful. But remember, you've got that. You've got this as well. Central block for a quilt, maybe. And then you've got this part too. Oh my goodness, yeah. We've got this at a couple of different scales, actually. This is the largest, 42.95. Now, we've also got this in a medium size. Here we go. So this is the medium size. So if I just show you up against the size difference, this is large, this is medium. Is this, so you use the large one on the blind?
The large one, no.
No,
the small, I've used small on the blind. So this blind
Oh,
here.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah,
And on the
large
wallpaper,
on the
that's the
wallpaper, on the
large.
dark blue. The silver and blue is the large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. This is the, so this is the medium.
Medium, yes.
Gorgeous. So you do exactly the same thing. You line that up.
Yes.
Again, so usable in your sewing projects. And then the small version, you just, have I got, I think I'm
wonder if it's
missing.
under-
Might be under here. It's here.
Or is that the medium?
No, that's the same
There's a slight...
size, is it?
No, that one is slightly smaller.
Oh, that is the
Yeah.
small. That is the small. Thank you. That is the small. Right, here's the small version. And there it is on the blind.
So if you see the lines at the side, that's the registration points for lining up.
Got you. Got you. So this centre line here would go over this centre line here.
Yeah.
Perfect. What's the height of this one? I can grab a tape measure. Could I have a tape measure, please? Or a ruler, please. Thank you, Levi. Great, thanks. Because I'm thinking you could make the most extraordinary border for a quilt with this, couldn't you? Or a large drum lampshade. It's about 15 inches in height. About 15 inches, top to bottom. Gorgeous. That is stunning, isn't it?
You can almost mask off the top leaves. So if you needed to reduce it in height, those top elements could be masked off.
Yeah.
And then you'd just have that curve at the top.
Oh, yes.
Quite nice.
You could use these in so many different ways, couldn't you? You really could. You really could. I'd love to experiment with these as well, using these to tessellate and tile or combine. You know, I'm just imagining how you could. Do you see what I mean? If you, I mean, you might use both together. You might use them the same one. But if you put these in a sort of north, south, east, and west style, can you see how closely these would come together?
That's lovely. I hadn't thought to use them in that way.
Oh, loads you could do. Loads you could do. Beautiful. So that is the Walter Crane Iris design. Stunning. Now, I've also got Art Nouveau border. Is that this one here?
That's the one, yes.
This is amazing.
It's one of my most popular Art Nouveau designs. I've only sold it as A4 and A3 up till now. So this is the first time I'm doing it as an A2, a larger stencil.
That is absolutely stunning. Now, how does that, do you use that as a repeat? Do you have a...
You can use that as a repeat, yes. I've got one here.
Oh, you've got one
so
there.
we can demo that one. I can show you how it repeats. Yeah, do you want me to do that now?
Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Right, so adhesive backed, as we said earlier.
Yep.
So you can just move it around, lift it, it sort of doesn't move. So I've already mixed up my paint. So this is emulsion paint, just a tester pot, and I've mixed it with the fabric medium. So it's equal quantities of paint and fabric medium. And if you have a large area to cover, the rollers are ideal.
Yeah.
So you load up your roller, remove some of the paint, and then you just gently roll on top. And when you've got the big stencils, rollers really are the way to go. You don't want to be squeezing the paint. You don't want to put too much pressure on it. It's just layering the paint on top.
And if you want a slightly more opaque finish, just go back in and do a second coat?
Just go back in. You can just, if you want to speed things up, have a hairdryer. Just quickly dry it. It doesn't have to be fully dry. Just dry enough to sort of build up on top.
Got you.
But sometimes when you're stenciling onto the darker fabrics, you're not sure of how it's going to look because it's hard to see the contrast once you've been painting it. So have some scrap material, do some tests so you know how much pressure that you need to put on, how much paint you need to get on, depending on whether you want a softer look or really opaque.
And I suppose as well, if you want to stencil perhaps something brighter onto quite a dark background, you might need to do a base layer of a light colour.
That's right.
And then stencil over the top with something brighter.
Just don't move your stencil, keep it in position. And that's the beauty of the adhesive backed, it's not going to move.
No.
So you could almost do your base colour, walk away, have a cup of tea, let it dry and then come back to it. And it's not going to move, it's going to stay.
Or go in there, as you say, with a hairdryer, low setting, just dry it off a little bit.
Dry it off.
Yeah.
Just enough that you can get that second layer on top.
I love it's real alchemy, isn't it? Stenciling. It transforms some very simple, basic raw materials. You know, your denim, your plain fabric, your canvas, your bare wall. And then a paint or a fabric medium mixed with paint or gilding, something like that. And then that sort of magic that the stencil creates.
There's quite a big campaign at the moment with Keep Britain Tidy campaign about reusing things.
Yeah. Yes.
Not buying new clothes, but making what you've got work. And stenciling, same with furniture, stenciling is ideal to just uplift clothing, furniture. So if you've got some sort of old shirts or something you're thinking of throwing out, or jeans, cut them down and stencil them. And,
there's
so much that you can do. It's a new lease of life.
Breathe new life.
Yeah.
Now, if you're wondering what Lorraine is using, what paint, what fabric medium she's using, if you missed a show earlier, let me explain. What you do, you use any water-based paint, so emulsion paint, the stuff you use on walls in your house, you can use it on fabric. So your emulsion paint, water-based emulsion paint, water-based, so artists' acrylics, watercolour paints, use the ones that you squeeze out of tubes rather than the blocks, that kind of thing. And then you mix them equal parts with fabric medium. So I'll show you the fabric medium. It's $5.99 for 100 millilitres, and you mix it in a 1-to-1 ratio. So, you know, a tablespoon of emulsion paint and a tablespoon of the fabric medium. Mix them together really, really well. This won't change the colour of the paint. And then with this one, because it's a little bit more liquid than the Stencil Up textile medium, just leave it for about an hour just to kind of thicken slightly, and then you can use it. It's machine washable, you can sew through it by hand or machine, it's flexible, it's soft, it won't crack through use. So if you're using it on something like clothing or a blind, it's not going to crack. And then apply it through the stencil using either a foam roller or a stencil brush. Let it dry completely for 24 hours and then heat set the paint into your fabric. Cover it with something like a pressing cloth or a piece of baking parchment, and use the hottest iron you can for your fabric and heat set it from the front and from the back.
That's right.
All correct?
That's right.
Excellent.
Yes.
Good. Right, back to the stencil. Are you going to
Okay.
do the reveal? Oh, love it. Oh, I love this moment. Look at this. Look at that. It's so impressive.
So this border, it repeats vertically rather than horizontally, but then you could space it out.
Yes.
And then for the repeat...
Can you turn it around the other way?
So what, upside down?
So
or
like
on its
mirror
side?
it. So where
Yes.
it's going in one direction, can you bring it the other direction from the centre out?
Yes, you can.
Oh, love.
So you end up with a sort of...
That's what I was
almost
wondering.
a circular motif there. So yes, you can do it that way, or you can use the registration points there.
Oh, yeah,
So
brilliant.
that's the registration point. And that will allow you then to continue the border that way.
Yeah. Or imagine, you know, the you can get, you know, the straight back chairs, maybe have in your kitchen or dining room, and the loose covers that go, you can buy them, can't you? Plain cream. Imagine that on the back of the chair covers or on the front, but I always think it's nice to do it on the back because that's the bit you actually see. When you're sitting at the chair, you can't actually see anything. But when you walk past the dining chairs, on the back of the fitted covers, that would look amazing, wouldn't it?
It would look lovely.
Really elegant. I remember years ago a friend getting a quote. She was getting married and she got a quote for chair covers. This is just to put them on plain chairs, banqueting chairs for a wedding. And it was something, I'm sure it was something like £3.50. This was just for the day. This was just for the hire.
To hire.
To hire. And this wasn't a cover. This was like a bow. This was like a piece of organza tied. This was years ago. It's, you know, you can do your own. You can make your own. And they're yours. You take them away. Absolutely gorgeous. And this is how you repeat the design, because we did have a question saying, how do you repeat the design further down?
Yeah, so every stencil comes with a guide that shows you where those registration points are. So just spend a bit of time understanding where the registration point is.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Really beautiful. Make your own custom fabric. Or stencil ready-made things and then add embellishments. This is the big Art Nouveau, the stencil of Art Nouveau border. Art Nouveau's been so popular today. I'm just going to remind you, we have single figures left now of the Art Nouveau bundle. This was the restock. You get 4 different stencils in this collection, and it should be £47 for the 4 stencils. They should be £11.75 each. Now, we've done 2 deals on this because, first of all, we've changed the price from £11.75 to £9.95 for each one. But then we've also given you one of them completely free, which means you pay not £47, but £29.85. What a deal. You get your butterfly repeat. You can do singles or you can do repeats. Every single stencil shows you how. You've got the Nouveau tulips. You've got the lotus tile and you've got the Aubrey design. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. And every single one of them looks different, whether you stencil light onto dark, dark onto light. Whether you use gild, silver, gold, bronze, you can use those metallics. You can do multicoloured, you can do blending. Instead of using your brush in this motion, you can swirl the colours together. There's so many different effects. You can even use, on walls, you can use things like varnish, can't you? To stencil through using varnish.
Yes, I love that technique. So you've got matte. Base, and then use a gloss varnish on top. And it's
almost like a damask, isn't it then?
Gorgeous.
Absolutely delightful. So much you can do with stencils. Just got single figures of that though. Now I've got one stencil. Yep, it's this one right here. Ooh, I like this.
This one is called Voisey Callum. So it's by another arts and crafts designer, Charles Voisey. Not as well known as William Morris. But he has produced some really beautiful designs. Absolutely gorgeous. That's elegant. So, this is lovely. That's this one, isn't it? It is. That's the one we've got today is a smaller version, yeah. But look how that repeats.
That's the very large version. This isn't that large. This is a smaller. This is more usable for fabric. But look at that design. Oh, wow. Now, why have I got 2 pieces?
So as with the oak that we showed earlier, that's
Yep.
the top edge.
Got you.
So if you did want to use it on walls.
So you would use that edge along the top.
That's right.
And then when you come to add the repeats, you're going to line up this part here.
Yes.
Oh gosh, and then that just lines up absolutely perfectly and it all interlocks.
Yeah, so you get that beautiful crisp line up against your ceiling or your coving, which is difficult to achieve with a big stencil.
Oh, almost impossible.
Yeah.
Sheilah's got in touch from Hampshire to say, hi Stuart and Lorraine, just tuning in, but we'll watch the Wretch on catch-up. Have I missed you say how you clean the stencils between uses, Sheila in Swan? I don't think we have actually talked about cleaning the stencils of paint. Yeah.
Yeah, so I like to soak them in warm soapy water. So hand hot soapy water. I leave them soaking as long as I can. The large ones I sometimes pop in the bath.
Yes.
Just a shallow bath.
Or in the shower tray.
Shower tray, yes.
Yeah.
So just leave them soaking for as long as you can, and then just a brush, bristle brush, just sort of gently work the paint off.
Yeah.
And the backing will become sticky again after about 24 hours, so they're very easy to clean.
So Lorraine, if you're doing a big stenciling job and you've come to the end of the day, you're tired, you're ready for a break, would you reckon you don't leave the paint on the stencil, clean your stencil before bedtime?
To clean. And if you are doing a really large project, I would say in between, put your stencil down on some scrap paper and get some wipes or a microfiber cloth and just give it a quick clean as you go, because that will stop the paint build up on the edges. Because if you find that the image isn't quite as crisp, you've maybe used it 10 times and you're thinking, oh, I'm not getting that crisp image now, it's usually because there's paint build up on the edges of the stencil. So if you clean as you go, and it will make up the clean up at the end a lot easier.
So did you say a microfiber cloth?
Yeah, that's just have a damp one or some wipes available, so and some scrap paper, lining paper or something, and just pop it down, give it a quick wipe over.
Easily done, easily done.
And also that way you can see through the stencil again, and it keeps your hands clean, because of course the more paint you get on it, the more likely you are to put your fingers in.
Yes, which we don't want. I absolutely love this Voisey Callum wall stencil. The design's called Callum, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, that is gorgeous. And as well, you know, even so you could mask off where your registration points, you could mask those off and just have that single motif on a tote bag. How lovely would that be? Christine in South Yorkshire says, I paint the design, then do embroidery over the top. This makes beautiful quilts. Oh, Chris, that's stunning. That's absolutely stunning. What a beautiful idea. Could you show us this one in action, please?
Yes. I'm going to use the decolorant.
Oh, lovely. Yes.
This. So I'm going to use a roller. You can use a brush. So again, it's loading up the roller with the decolorant and just gently rolling on top.
So same technique as before. Do we treat the roller in the same way when we finish? Do we just wash that with soapy water?
Wash it out. Yes, exactly the same. So with the decolorant, because it's clear, it can be hard to see where you've been. It will darken the material like it's wet. Of course, you could just add in some other colours on top.
Yeah.
Some gold.
Oh, yeah. And so this, you were saying you apply, you leave to dry for 24 hours, and then you heat activate.
Yes, so it disappears, almost disappears as it dries. And that's when you know it's dry, because the image has pretty much gone. In fact, I had trouble today finding the piece of fabric.
Yeah.
That was the right one. So there's the decolorant, and then as you pull it off, you can see it just looks like it's damp.
But that's going to disappear. We're not going to see that. And presumably as well, when you use the decolorant, it doesn't take the fabric back to white.
No, some fabrics
Or does it?
will. It tends to remove the dominant dye first. And then the more you iron it, the more it reveals. And then you wash it and more comes out.
Okay.
But I would say test a small area first. Just on the edge of the fabric or a scrap.
Experiment.
Just, it's lovely that you don't know exactly what you're going to get. But if you are really concerned, test a piece first. Dry it, iron it. And
I could imagine using this in dressmaking to incredible effects. Can you imagine? Will it work on other fabrics other than cotton?
It works on most fabrics.
Does it?
Yes.
As always, test.
Yeah.
So now this is one you prepared earlier.
Yes.
You've let it dry.
I have.
But you haven't ironed it yet.
I haven't ironed it yet. So hopefully we will get...
Yeah. Do you want me to help you?
Right.
I'll bring this in.
Hopefully we will get the reveal.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what we'll do if we don't. I'll leave that there for you. So your iron's on. I'll just
Have we
you
got
want it on
steam?
steam.
Yes,
it's
the
on
steam does
now.
help. Right, let's see.
If you need extra, you can just give it a blast. Look, 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 look. It's magic. Could it be magic? Oh.
But of course, up to this point, I could have just washed the fabric and washed the decolorant out of it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have done anything.
I wouldn't have done anything at all.
Oh, it's so cool. And now I'm thinking, right, now let's get stuck in with beads and little tiny sequins and pearls and, or nothing, actually. It's so beautiful just as it is.
It's kind of like a batik effect.
It
but
is.
Reverse, you're removing the dye.
And I like the fact that it's not absolutely uniform. There is a subtle variation. It's softer, it's gentler. It looks sort of, well, it's artisan produced, isn't it?
Yes. You pay a lot for that.
You really do. You really do.
But I love not knowing what's going to be revealed, really. You've got an idea, but you can never be sure.
No.
It's a bit like the satisfaction of when we took photographs with film and you go and get them developed.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't really know. And the
That's
excitement
true.
of what was going to be there. Because
Yeah,
we're used to sort of instant results now, aren't we?
Yeah, we really
Whereas
are.
with this, you have to stencil, leave it for 24 hours, come back to it. And that's actually quite satisfying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Oh, it's gorgeous. Well, this is why the decolorant always sells out every time you bring it, Ray, because it's such a magical process.
It is, yeah.
And of course, this doesn't damage the fabric in any way, does it?
No, it doesn't. So it keeps it strong, it doesn't affect the fibres. So after you've done this, then just give it a wash and that's it done. It's
So
complete.
wash it.
Wash it afterwards, yes.
Yeah.
You want to anyway because it smells really bad. I don't know if you can smell it, but
I can,
it's a
Ray.
very
I
strong
can.
smell.
Yeah, well-ventilated room.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Wow, love that. Now, of course, that decolorant stencil will work with any of the stencils, not just the large ones. We've actually got the smaller stencils from the earlier show. In case you missed out, we're going to start with Art Deco. The Art Deco, is this the Art Deco? Yes, these, yeah. The frameworks, the frames. Yeah. Perfect. Some of my favourites in here, actually. Dotty fans, Dotty Deco fans. Lexington, based on a door in New York on Lexington Avenue. Lisbon. Lorraine had to fly to Lisbon for the weekend to get a bit of inspiration for this one. I'm on to you, Lorraine, I'm on to you. And then Deco Arches, absolutely gorgeous. I mean, that Art Deco era is a sort of pinnacle of design and elegance.
Yeah, it is.
And modernity at the time, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was ultra modern.
Yeah, yeah.
Still has a modern look as well, but can
Definitely.
also feel incredibly traditional as well. $29.85. Remember, you're saving the price of a whole stencil for free, and instead of $11.75, you're paying $9.95 for the stencils. Next up, Floral. Floral. You've got that rose repeat, that all over rose design, absolutely gorgeous. As I say, if you want to create now that would be a good one to use with the decolouring.
It would, yes.
Really nice, that one. You've got your philodendron, that beautiful, graceful, heart-shaped leaf there. Those tendrils, great for wedding or, you know, kind of posh table linen, tablecloths, that kind of thing. Also bedding, nice. You've got Hoya, this beautiful ditzy floral, and then repeating palm design. And I really love that done in the sort of yellows and greens as a repeating fabric pattern. Gorgeous. That's the floral. Again, a set of 4. $29.85. Then we've got, go on, which is the lattice. Lattice. Yes. Oh, gorgeous. Again, so usable these, aren't they? You've got the Cas lattice. Almost like fretwork, isn't it?
It is.
You get those kind of beautiful screens, wooden screens or paper screens. You've got the Moorish star. That's so quilty, isn't it? I can imagine so many ways of using that. You've got Tarsus. And you've got Agadia. Join in, everyone. Agadia. Agadia. Fabulous. Now, the Nouveau, have they sold out now? No. Oh, last couple of chances. Last couple of chances for Nouveau. Beautiful. You've got your butterfly repeat, lotus tile, Nouveau tulips, and Aubrey. Working out at, well, actually, Hannah, can you work out 29.85 divided by 4, please? 29.85 divided by 4. What are we paying per stencil? £7.46 instead of £11.75. That is a really good deal.
It is.
That is a really good deal, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. Very nice. Very nice. Last couple of chances on the Nouveau. Now, remember, the thing that makes all of this work is the textile medium. You mix it 50-50, a tablespoon of fabric medium and a tablespoon of whatever water-based paint you want to use, be it household emulsion or acrylic paint, artists' acrylics, watercolour paints, anything like that. Metallic, so long as they're water-based. As you were saying, some metallics behave differently, so experiment.
Yes, because sometimes the pieces of metal will just clump up with the fabric medium. So small amounts, just mix it together.
Have a little
to make
practice.
Sure that it's going to be okay.
But once that's dried, give it 24 hours, heat set with an iron, on both sides, and it's washable, wearable, it won't crack. Now the decolorant paste, we've just seen it in action. It is so cool. I mean, it's a bit smelly.
It is, yes.
But it's a brilliant effect. Just open the windows, it's worth it. It's worth it.
It is worth it.
Yeah.
I've just done a little experiment with it, actually, mixing it with the gold and mixing it with some fabric medium.
Okay.
Just to see, so I just ironed it just to see how it would work.
And what happened?
Well, I've got the results here.
Okay, let's have a look. Ooh.
So you can see where, in these areas here, that was just the decolorant.
Right.
And then to the edges, I've mixed in some of the gold, and then I've added some fabric paint in there in greens. So you can see where you add the paint in, the decolorant isn't as effective, but the colour still sits on top. Oh, yeah. So it's quite an unusual effect.
It's really cool. I like that. Yeah. I love it. It's almost made the wings translucent, hasn't it? It's given them beautiful effect.
So you can play around with the fabric medium and the decolorant and the gold paint.
Yeah, love that.
The result. Marilyn
asks, can I use them outside on a step? The stencils, can we use them outside on walls?
You can use them on any surface. It's using the right paint. So on a step, if it's a concrete step, I guess that's what she's talking about. Concrete step, you'd use a masonry paint. So go to your local DIY shop,
Yep.
get masonry paint. If it's a wooden step, you would want to use like a wood timber paint.
Yeah.
You'd use on fences.
Can you use things like wood stains?
You can use stains,
Oh.
yes. It's quite effective, actually.
I was going to say it would look like marquetry,
yes,
wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Nice effect.
Yeah. So many different things you can use with Lorraine stencils. It's absolute genius. Now, we've also got Gild. We saw this in action. It's absolutely amazing. This is the large jar of Gild. Now, do give it a good old mix-up. Use a little wooden toothpick or something like that. It's £27.99. You get 60 mils, which goes a very, very long way. You do not need to add fabric medium to this. And look at it in action, stenciled on fabric. This is using one of the arts and crafts border stencils.
It is shiny.
Amazing. It's almost like, you know, the lower band on a sari, sari fabric, which I love. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it? Imagine integrating that into quilt making, bag making, dress making.
And you don't need fabric medium.
No fabric medium.
That can just go straight on.
Straight out the jar. And then the smaller jar, if you want to just have a little go, little experiment, it is about to sell out. But if you're quick, £13.99 for 30 mil this time. 30 mil in there. Smash him.
That goes
Absolutely
on
gorgeous.
so many surfaces. You can paint onto metal, plastic, all sorts.
Oh, you can even stencil on
it-
plastic?
Yes.
Wow. Don't forget as well, if you want those little tools, we've got those. Things like the foam roller that you've seen Lorraine using, we have. Really useful bit of kit. You can use these with the large or the small stencils, can't you? Or, if you prefer, you can use stencils or a combination of all of them. We do a small, a medium and a large stencil brush. Have a look on the website. The medium, you said that would be the one to go for if you only have one.
Yes, I think so. Because you can always mask off small areas if you're worried about going over the edges, or use the masking strips.
Yeah, well, as you say, the masking strips, I have them right here. So the masking strips, you get a set of 12. They're all 1 inch wide. You get 10 inch, 8 inch and 6 inch wide. These are made from the same material as the stencil. They're sticky on one side, and you can use them to mask off areas. So when I talked earlier on about using this stencil as a single motif, but you would want to mask off these two registration marks here, you're just going to use these strips, just take them out, and then you would stick them down over the top, and that will just stop the paint going through that registration mark.
Yeah, that's right. That's one with the backing taken off.
Oh,
so
brilliant,
it's
thank
just
you.
the reusable strip.
So there it is. It has a backing paper on it.
And you just
and
wash
you've
it
got
the
that
same way.
stickiness there. So again, you could just, so you can mask off certain areas, or you can use it to mask the edge, so that when you're going right up to the edge, you're not going onto your fabric and creating a sort of nasty smudge. I think these are essential.
I think so,
It would be for me.
especially as you start off really carefully when you're stenciling,
you
but
do.
then as your confidence grows,
Yeah.
you tend to...
Get a bit slapdash?
Exactly, yes, and that's when the masking strips are great.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Lorraine, thank you so much for today. Again, you always
lovely.
inspire me and everyone else. Brilliant, brilliant.
very much.
Thank you. Can't wait to see you again. Do you know when you're back?
I can't remember the exact date. I think it's sometime early March, maybe?
Early March.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to it. Spring will be here.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank
lovely.
you.
Take care. Safe journey home. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we're back, George is with me again, George Franklin, with the amazing Britannia cover stitch machine. Stick around. This is going to be good.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Well, it's our final hour here on Sewing Street, and a fantastic final hour because George from Franklin's is here, and also we've got the incredible Britannia cover stitch machine. It's right here. So excited about this because we rarely see a cover stitch machine in action. Thank you, George. And today's the day when we get to see one. Now, George and I were talking about this earlier on. And he was saying to me, you know, that really there's a jigsaw puzzle. We start with the first piece of the jigsaw puzzle, which is the sewing machine, and that's where we all start, right, pretty much. Our second piece of our jigsaw puzzle, once we're constructing, is we want to be able to finish our garments, our home decor projects beautifully, and that's when we buy an overlocker, like the amazing Britannia overlocker that we've got on the show as well today. And then the third part of the jigsaw puzzle, which so many dressmakers in particular find and then cannot live without, is the cover stitch machine. And this is all about the hem, the finish, the neckline, the lower edge, the cuffs, isn't it?
Yes.
It's about finishing off.
So an overlock stitch is generally on the inside, and a cover stitch is what you see.
Welcome back, George, by the way.
Oh, yes, indeed.
I saw your hand earlier, but now here's the rest of him. So this is the bit that we can see. So this is the hemming. This is like when we're sewing around a neckline or a hem or a cuff.
That is the traditional use of a cover stitch.
Oh.
And then, of course, we've got the accessories where you can do that bit more as well.
We do, which I'm not sure. Oh, we did have these last time, yes. So we've got the extra feet package for the cover stitch machine. Does different things, so hang on and I'll explain about that. So the cover stitch machine you get for £399, which is a fantastic price for a cover stitch machine. Split pays 3 of them. £133 is all you need to pay today. There's 0 interest. You don't have to wait till you've paid all of the instalments before you get the machine. You get it in about 5 working days for £133. Now, with your cover stitch machine, you're also getting 8,000 metres of thread, which is a total saving, wow, £112 saving. That is a big saving. Thank you for that, George.
No worries.
That's like a 25% more saving, 25% saving. That's fabulous. Okay, tell me about the cover stitch.
Okay, so the cover stitch is 4 threads, like the overlocker, but you can use 3 needles with a cover stitch. Ooh. So you can use the cover stitch with 3 needles, 2 needles, or 1 needle.
Okay.
A 3 needle cover stitch, I'll start with that. This is how it comes. It comes threaded as well. It is easy to thread, but all you have to do is lift up the mast and away you go. The 3 needles is a very strong finish, so things you're going to move around in dancewear, even swimwear and things like that. And then I can take either the middle needle out or the left-hand needle out to give me a 2 needle cover stitch.
Okay. Could you do a bit of sewing with it just so we can see the kind of finish it will give us?
Absolutely. So, let's just get my foot.
Because I think a lot of people, I mean, will recognise the cover stitch finish because it's the one that's used commercially so often, isn't it? What do you need, George?
It is tweezers.
Tweezers.
I've got them.
There they are. They are tweezers that found their way into your box.
No, they're not actually. Your tweezers are still in the box.
Oh, fair enough. I'm a fine one to talk, George. If anything's lying around, I just pick it up and keep it.
So I'm just running a jersey material through there. So this would be the finish around the neckline, around the hem of a jersey. To finish off a cover stitch, you pull the threads towards you and take the material out the back. And then that is a cover stitch finish on there.
Now have a good close look. Now it makes sense, doesn't it? Oh, and it's stretchy.
So it looks like a normal straight stitch on the outside.
Yep.
But on the inside, you've got that knitted stitch again.
Recognise that now. This is the stitch that you get round T-shirts, sweatshirts, active wear, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for stretch fabric, a cover stitch, fleece, anything like that, scuba fabrics, anything with a stretch to it, a cover stitch is what you want to finish it off.
So would you say rather than an overlocker?
Well, an overlocker so you'd use them in combination.
Okay.
Because an overlocker stitches over the edge, it's always going to show.
Right.
Whereas a cover stitch isn't on the edge. You've actually got quite a wide area here, so that you can bring that fabric in.
Got you.
And you leave that.
So when you're turning up the hem, the lower edge, the cuff, the neckline, things like that, this is what you're going to use your cover stitch machine.
Exactly, yeah. Even denim and things like that, you can run a thick fabric through the top.
Ooh.
For the bottom of trousers, when you do that, this sort of stitch allows the fabric to move better. So sometimes homemade trousers at the bottom, they're quite stiff.
Yes.
But if you look at the inside of a pair of denim trousers, you'll see it's a looped cover stitch, a chain stitch.
Got you. Do you know, that makes a lot of sense, actually. I was watching a little video the other day that was talking about the difference between hand sewing a Hong Kong finish on a jacket, that it gave the seams more flexibility because a straight stitch on a sewing machine made the seam stiff.
Yes.
And that's exactly what you've just said, isn't it, effectively?
Yeah.
If you use a straight stitch to hem the bottom of the trousers. And you're right, they do have that kind of stiffness to them, don't they?
Boxy finish.
Bit boxy.
Yeah.
This is taking your dressmaking, your sewing, very much, not even to the next level, but I think the one above that, isn't it?
Yeah, to the professional level, professional finish level.
Right.
So again, thing you want with a cover stitch is ease of fabric. So going from that jersey to...
So that's a bit of polar fleece.
Yes, indeed, on the stretchy side as well. Pop that. I have got a measure on the top here as well, so I can run my edge of the fabric up against it.
Got a few questions for you in a second. So when you come to remove it from the machine, George, Christine's asked if you can do it slowly and very obviously for her, so she understands how to take the fabric out of the cover stitch machine.
Absolutely. So if I'm working on the round at the bottom of a t-shirt, I just go over the start about a centimetre, and then using the hand wheel, always turn the hand wheel towards you, lift the needles right to the top position.
Yep.
Lift the foot using this lever here.
Yep.
And then tweezers to the back and forward, and I've got all...
So you're just catching the 4 threads?
The 3 top...
3 threads, sorry.
Yeah, the 3 top threads. And then pair of scissors, or I can just cut it off on the blade here. And that leaves that. And then I take the fabric out to the back and slightly to the left. And all the threads get pulled to the underneath.
Oh, look at that. There we go.
And just cut that off on there. All my threads are on the back, so I can knot those, take a knitting needle and pass them back through the stitch.
Perfect.
And then on the outside, again, I've got that cover stitch finish, which will then stretch with the fabric.
Brilliant. Look at the stretch. And also as well, the professional finish is absolutely unsurpassed. Like you said, it takes your work up to professional level, doesn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Hope that helped you, Christine. She says, thanks, I'm going to try it now. Brilliant. Brilliant. Lovely. Sharon asks, please can you say how long is the delivery time on the cover stitch machine?
We will get these sent out as soon as possible, so they'll go out next week, Monday, Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday next week.
Delivery.
Great.
We send them out next day delivery.
And they come out directly from Franklin's, but of course you pay £3.95 postage through us, despite the fact that this is a heavy piece of postage, and then it's sent directly. Even if you've bought other things from us today on Sewing Street that are coming from our warehouse, you don't pay 2 different postage or 2 different delivery charges, just £3.95. Thank you, George. Now I've got a question on email from Susan. Please, please, can I ask, can you use the cover stitch machine on all types of fabric? So, for example, like you said about using it on denim. If you've got a bit of denim, you can show us on. A bit of kind of just plain woven fabric, so like not a stretchy fabric. Or would you not ever use it on?
Yeah, so on plain fabric and things like that, you can use this to attach bias binding. Again, because of the cover stitch in there, it allows the bias binding to move. So I've got some samples here of, this is a ribbon, so this is a satin, using the cover stitch and the accessories to attach a bias binding.
Oh, okay, cool.
So I'm going to slowly take the needles out to one needle, and then I can show you it on denim.
Yeah, okay, cool.
But while there's 3 needles in, I'd like to show one of the accessories.
Oh, yes, please. So we'll put the details of the accessory pack as well, because we've got those, haven't we? Now, the accessory pack, George, what do we get in it?
So you get the hem guide.
Yes.
Those 2 pieces that you've brought out there.
Yes, these are the hem guides.
They work together so that you can accurately sew down the edge of the material, trapping the edge in. You also get the clear foot, which is a really handy foot for doing most cover stitching, because you can see through it.
You get better visibility.
Better visibility, exactly.
So that you would just change out for the metal foot that's on there.
Exactly, yeah. It just clips off, and then take the plastic foot.
Yeah.
And that just clips on here.
Yeah. That's a bit like on my long arm, George. It comes with a metal foot, but you can buy a clear foot, which I've never taken off because it's so much easier to see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
I find myself using this.
Remember, this accessory pack, £89.99, you're saving £60 on this, and this works with the Britannia cover stitch machine. You've also got a bias binding attaching foot here.
Yeah, so that's the belt looper.
Oh, beg your pardon.
That's the bias binder.
Shows what I know, doesn't it? Hey? This looks like the kind of thing that I used to slice ham on when I was a student. I won't tell the story now. But anyway, that's the bias binding attaching foot, and this is the belt looper.
Or strap maker.
Right, so if we do things like lingerie, bikini, swimwear.
Exactly.
Straps.
That makes
belt loops. Yeah, brilliant. And these pins? These are for the hem, aren't they?
To attach the different attachments to the machine.
Understood.
Yeah, thumb screw, so really easy to attach.
Thank you. Right, so which foot are you going to show us?
So I'm going to show you the belt maker and the belt loop maker, which isn't just for belt loops. It can be used for straps as well, and other things, which I've got some samples here.
Lovely.
Of very creative
brilliant.
ways of using it.
Brilliant.
So I'll put that on there. So I will start off, I've got some elastic here, and all I'm going to do is feed that through here. Sometimes it's easier to put the elastic or bias binding into the attachments before attaching it to the machine.
Yes.
So I'm going to take that off and just do that off the machine.
So you're just feeding that through?
Feeding that through. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it to a point so I can get that point out and pull that through.
Beg your pardon. You fancy.
The electric scissors there.
Love that.
So just using your tweezers, you can slide that through to the end, like that.
Lovely.
That then folds that.
So that's actually folding the tape.
Both sides in, so it's folded it to triple essentially. And then put the tape in. Make sure it's in the centre of the needles. So just a couple of stitches through there. As I've just taken the threads out, as I've just added that foot in, cut that on there, and then you sew along, making sure it's catching both sides. So a belt, to do a belt loop, I do this with a tape, and just run this along, make a strip, cut these strips down into belt loops, and then stitch them into position. But also with this elastic, it's really good for straps.
Oh gosh, absolutely. So that's an elastic tape that you're using there.
Exactly, yeah. And again, I can just go and go and go, however much tape I want to have. On there, and then when I'm finished, cut that and finish off as normal. Threads to the front. Cut those there.
Sharon asks, do the attachments come with instructions?
Yes.
Yes, they do. You get instructions included with your attachments. Yes.
So there I've got a length of strap.
Amazing,
And
yeah.
so it's got just the neat stitches on the outside, and then on the inside, that cover stitch.
Look at that, we'll just zoom in on that. There it is. Look at that. And then the other side is a straight stitch. Brilliant. Yep. So neat, isn't it? So professional. Lots of these in baskets. Don't let them linger. Get it home. See what it does for you. They're absolutely fantastic. And they complete the jigsaw puzzle, don't they?
Exactly. Just to show you some other things with this belt looper. So what we've done here is ran elastic through the belt looper.
Okay.
And then 2 sets of ribbon on the outside.
Is that a garter, George?
Yeah.
Nice.
And so...
Smooth. Yeah, it is a garter.
And
Look
so
at that.
It's got the elastic secured in there, down the centre, which is, again, only you can do that with a cover stitch. And you've got that stretch on there as well.
Excellent. That's fantastic. Okay, terrific. Now then, so we've got the cover stitch machine from Britannia, £399. Take advantage of split pay. We've also got the accessory kit that you can buy as a separate item. Now, I think, just like the Overlocker accessories, this expands the possibilities hugely. You're making a £60 saving on that by buying them today from us here at Sewing Street. And combined, they create the most professional finish for your garments. Lot of potential. No. I mean, absolutely brilliant. It's something, I mean, I think a lot of us were introduced to the cover stitch machine via Sewing Bee, weren't we? They do introduce now a cover stitch challenge on the show, but a cover stitch is not a challenge to use by any means. It's easy to use, absolutely easy to use, but gives you the kind of results that you normally only see on professionally made clothes. So it's a way of making your clothes look professional.
So I've just taken a left-hand needle out to give me 2 needles, narrow. And traditionally, 2 needles narrow was for a lady's finish, and then 2 needles wide would be a gent's finish.
Oh, I see. So kind of narrow hem for ladies, wider for men.
Yes.
Because we're wider.
Yeah, it evens it out. So I've just got here that piece I made with the overlocker earlier.
Oh, yeah.
With the elasticator running through that. And then I can actually finish it off with the cover stitch. Generally, I'd pin this just to make sure it's really accurate. So I'm just going to turn it over once. Pop that under there. Again, I'm keeping that clear foot on here because it makes it so much easier to see where I'm.
So that helps you to line up and make sure you're stitching in the right place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then I'm just guiding that through there, right on the edge.
Now, if you were watching the show earlier on, you saw George attaching the swimwear elastic to the wrong side of this fabric, which gave a flat but stretchy finish. And now you're doing that sort of cover stitch, that top stitching to hem the edge.
Exactly, yeah. So again, with the cover stitch on things like swimwear, underwear, you can use a floss thread on the underneath, so it's a much softer finish.
Yes, against your skin.
Yes, exactly. So finish that off there, and then my elastic's all turned in. I could double fold this. So that would be the inside. The elastic's turned in there for that real sturdy finish.
Look at that stretch, that spring.
Outside, just that 2 lines of stitching again.
Absolutely brill. Give it a good stretch, George. Go on. Fantastic, isn't it? Such a brilliant finish on the outside and on the inside as well. If you want your garments, your lingerie, swimwear, active wear, children's wear, to have that totally professional finish and complete your dressmaking package, you need sewing machine, overlocker, cover stitch. Now, I do think the most affordable way of doing it is with Britannia. These are fantastic machines, but the price is brilliant, George.
Exactly, it's bringing that quality to this price point.
Yeah, it's professional sewing without having to pay professional prices.
Yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that could really put a lot of people off getting a cover stitch machine. We're talking £1,000 plus. But actually, for under £400, remember, you are making 133, no, wait a minute, what's the saving? £112 saving. That is a big saving to get under £400. And also as well, use the split pay option, of course. You only need to spend £133.66 today to get the machine home.
So I've just going to run these 2 needles next to that 3 needle stitch I did earlier, so we can see the difference in the stitch and how it looks. There are other ways to finish off a cover stitch as well, but this way I just find to be really good, as it pulls everything to the back. So those are just the 2 stitches next to each other, so you can see a sort of a bulkier stitch with that 3 needle.
So this is the lower stitch line,
the lower stitch is that 2 needle stitch.
Yep.
And then that's the difference on the back.
Oh, that's really neat. That's really neat. Now, is that the kind of, is it 1 needle for denim, for the bottom of, like a...
Yes.
Great. You're going to show us that
needle.
too, aren't you?
I am getting, yes.
Awesome.
Going to do that as well.
Awesome.
So, what we're going to do next is I'm going to attach the bias binding foot.
Oh, yes. Lovely. So you get that. That's this one here, the one I thought looked like a meat slicer. It's not. It's not a meat. Do you know the kind of thing I mean, though? You used to have them on delis, where it's like 4 ounces of ham, and it was like... Oh, it used to give me kittens when anyone asked me to cut meat. No. Anyway, but this is for bias binding attaching. So now, will this work? Do I have to buy ready-made bias binding, or can I cut my own?
You can cut your own, or you can use ready-made.
Awesome.
So this will fold it all for you, so you can just run a tape in there.
Oh, so literally cut a strip of fabric and pass it through, and it'll fold it and stitch it in one action.
Exactly.
That's magic.
Yeah.
Love it.
So again, what I'm going to do is just feed this through before I attach it on the machine.
That's another top tip, I think, isn't it? Put your binding or your strip of fabric through your foot before you attach it to your machine.
Makes it much easier.
Much easier. It's fiddling around under a needle, isn't it? It kind of makes you nervous. You don't need to do that.
So what I would tend to do is line up the bias binding with the needles, just along the edge of the needle to get a really nice finish. You can do this with 3 needles, 2 needles, or 1 needle.
Okay, cool.
And then just a couple of stitches, put the foot down, a couple of stitches on the bias binding to secure that.
And George, will this work if this is 1 width of bias binding this will work with?
So pre-folded, you can use different widths.
Oh, you can?
Yes, because it'll always sort of get folded along the centre.
Oh, brilliant.
Yes, for strips, you want to cut it, and it's sort of like a standard universal size.
Right, okay, fair enough.
You see this width on most things.
Okay.
So a couple of stitches into the fabric, and then all I'm doing is running the edge of my fabric to the edge of the foot.
So watch where the fabric's going, not the needle.
On there.
Oh, look at that.
There.
It's ever so good. The finish is brilliant.
I've got that stitched down.
Yeah.
Perfectly on there.
Oh, that's amazing. Look how close the stitching is to the edge. That's just showing off, George.
And again, on stretch
at
fabrics,
that.
you've got that knitted finish.
Yeah.
On the bias, there's that little bit of give again, so it just allows that softer finish on finer fabrics.
That is really, really slick, isn't it? And that's the beauty of using the cover stitch machine, but also why you should get that accessory box of feet with it, because that bias binding attaching foot comes in your optional accessory box for an extra $89.99. You're saving £60. It's worth it. Was that impressive? Hello, boys, says Norma. I've been called a boy for a long time. I'll take that. I've only just joined the programme and have now ordered the machine and the extra package. Well done, Norma. Absolutely wonderful. Are there good instructions anywhere to learn how to use? In the box.
In the box. On our Britannia website, there's a link to our YouTube page where we've got the instructions on the video.
So how do we find that? Franklin's?
BritanniaSewing.com.
BritanniaSewing.com. OK. And there are instructional videos on YouTube?
Yes.
Awesome. I've got a couple of questions actually now about curves. Oh, hello. How do you do a curved neckline using a cover stitch? That's from Moya, who's in my neck of the woods, North Yorkshire.
OK.
Robert has also asked something similar, but different, about curves. So you might be able to answer it. Can you go around inside and outside curves with the bias binding foot?
Let's have a look. Certainly, let's do some curves. So
you're going to bind a curve?
Yes, I am,
Okay.
yeah.
Because this is the kind of thing you might well do if you're doing something like a nightie or a dressing gown or underwear. Look at that. Beautiful. Bound curve. Look at the quality of that stitching right on the very edge. And that, I mean, I don't want to take away anything from you, George, but that was with fairly minimal effort, wasn't it?
It is. Yeah, all I'm watching is the edge of that fabric against it.
You just got to not watch the needle. Don't watch the needle.
No.
Watch where the fabric is against the edge of the foot. Butt it against the edge of the foot and let the machine do its job. But brilliantly demoed. Thank you for that.
No.
What I would say, what I think Robert's asking, George,
yeah,
and I think I know the answer, is if you were binding, let's say, for example, it was a heart-shaped placemat, for example, that you're going to bind around, and so around the outer curve, we've just seen it, but then you're coming down into a sharp point and then back out again.
Yes. So you would have to deal with that sharp point.
Yeah.
Probably by cutting and cutting the bias binding to make a sharp corner.
To make like a mitre.
Yes.
I think it would be probably quite skilled. It would be on my skills, I think.
but I'm going to do the inside of that piece I just cut as well.
So again, you're using the extra feet package, which I think shouldn't be optional. I think they're essential. I would strongly urge you to get the accessory pack. I mean, the accessory pack that you can buy for your overlocker, again, it expands the possibilities of that machine exponentially. As if an overlocker isn't useful enough, all the attachments make it, I mean, unlivable without. The cover stitch machine, again, I didn't even realise before we did our last show that you could get additional feet, but they just expand the possibilities just brilliantly. Well worth getting.
Right, okay, so let's do the inside of that curve.
Mm-hmm.
So again, a couple of stitches in the bias binding to get started, just to secure that into position. Out a little bit. So that is going to take a bit of practice to get that curved on the inside. So it's more likely to curve on the outside.
Yeah, but I think absolutely doable, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're doing it live on telly. I think that's brilliant. Just let's have a quick.
So it's sort of straighten that out by almost adjusting the fabric.
Yes.
So I think with it, you'd need probably a softer tape than this.
Right, got you.
It's
a bit stiff, isn't it, that tape?
Yeah, a stretchier bias binding to do that.
Yep, but brilliant.
Certainly on the outside of coats, things like that.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely no problem going around there.
Lots and lots of you coming in for the cover stitch machine. They're brilliant, aren't they? Now, of course, the cover stitch machine on its own is, well, I think a lot of dressmakers would say an essential part of their jigsaw puzzle. You've got your sewing machine for constructing, you've got your overlocker for neatening seams, you've got your cover stitch then for all the stitching you want to see on the outside of your garment. So your neckline, your hemming, your cuff stitching, all of that. But also as well, those things like belt loops, decorative stitching as well, because you can actually use like fancy threads, can't you?
This is another thing with the,
I like that.
With the bias binder, putting a bit of trimming.
That's gorgeous.
There as well. And that just, again, it's another finish, another decorative finish to the garment. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So with the cover stitch, it's all about those finishing touches.
So what did you do there, George?
So it's bias binding.
Yeah.
So this is a piece of bias binding, and then we've just put at the edge of the trim.
Oh, like inserted it into the bias binding and joined them at the same time?
Yeah.
So clever,
so ran that along the edge of the fabric.
See, if you tried to do that any other way, you'd have to stitch the trim in place first, then the binding in place on one side, then turn it over and then try and sew it on the other, and none of it would look quite right. Whereas with this, literally put all the elements together, run it through your cover stitch machine, and you get results like that. Professional, slick, neat, beautiful, professional. Now remember, checking out today, you are making £112 saving on the price. You're paying £399 instead of more than £500 for this machine. You make £112 saving. You're also getting 8,000 metres of thread, which comes on your machine. Is it the thread that comes on the machine?
So no, this is extra on top.
Oh.
So this comes on the machine, and then you get 8,000 metres extra.
Oh, amazing. On top of that?
Yeah.
Love it. I love it. Great. Split pay is something I always encourage people to consider the split pay option with these higher priced items, if that helps you, because you don't need to spend £399 today. You can spend £133.66 today and get your cover stitch machine home. You can make that £112 saving which you need to get today. If you're going to get that £112 saving, you need to buy the machine today. But if you use split pay, you only need to spend £133. Actually, it's 133. It's not 133.66. I'm trying to cream off 66 pence for myself. You see, George, but not £133. And you get the machine home. No postage to pay apart from your £3.95 standard postage. These are coming direct from Franklin's, but your £3.95 postage for Sewing Street covers you. What's the warranty on the machine?
A 2-year guarantee.
2-year guarantee.
Both machines.
Brilliant, brilliant. That's fantastic.
So I'm down to 1 needle now.
Down to 1 needle. We're down to the denim.
Yes.
And this is that gorgeous finish that well, you get it on your jeans when you buy them.
Yeah.
But then if you need to turn them up, they end up with this clunky, stiff, straight line of stitching because we do it on our sewing machine.
Yes. And so I've just got the normal thread in there, but then I've also got this proper top stitching thread.
For jeans.
It's a nightmare on sewing machines. But because of the chain stitch that this does, it just handles it so well.
So this is 1 needle.
1 needle, and this is with the normal threads in there.
Gotcha.
Just to give you an idea of what that chain stitch looks like. This is another good way. You'll generally see this and the bias binder used on T-shirts. So that's that 1 needle.
So straight line of stitching on the front.
On the front. And on the back.
And there's that familiar chain stitch.
Yes.
And is that more durable as well?
Well, it is, because a lot of denims now are stretched. They've got an amount of viscose.
I need them to be.
Yeah. This will go with the material. Same thing as like on curtains. You don't want to use a sewing machine because as it moves, it can break the stitches. So it's...
See, who knew this stuff? Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for that, George. Norma asked a question earlier on. Can you use regular large cones of thread, the kind of thing you might use like more on an overlocker, those big cones? Can you use those?
You can, yes, exactly. Yeah, they take the same cones, so you can swap them between machines.
Fab.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And what sort of thread do you recommend for cover stitch? I mean, obviously we've got the floss thread for using on lingerie.
Yes, on the inside, so you only use that on 1 thread. So overlocking cover stitches, we put with it moon thread, which is a really good thread for cover stitches and overlockers. We've used it for years, but you generally buy threads which are 1,000 yards or more.
Gotcha.
And they don't have to be the top quality.
No.
Although they will work well as well. Actually, a little bit of fluff on a cover stitch and overlocker thread will just help it grip together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which is something we often look for thread without fluff.
Yes.
Further sewing.
Yes.
Fair enough.
And the thing that you don't want, if you can hold it and stretch the thread a little bit, that doesn't do any good for the tensions. I wouldn't recommend those threads.
Gotcha. Cool. So, George, is there anything else you'd like to show us on the cover stitch before we look back at the overlocker?
Just going to, again, as I say, a proper finish on denim.
Yes, please. That'd be lovely. So you're using that, is that a slightly thicker top stitch thread?
This is exactly, it's a top stitch thread, or they call it a button sewing on thread.
Oh, yeah.
It is a very thick thread.
I was going to say, is that like a 30 weight or something like that, or even something like that?
It is, probably a 30, maybe even a 20. And where am I?
Lots and lots of these in baskets. Lots of you have checked out as well, so well done you. But this is doing no good sitting in the basket. Get it home. Use it. This is the thing. I think there are some key tools that until you actually use them, you don't fully understand why you need them. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
But then when you actually get them home and use them, you think, why have I waited so long? why haven't I been using this for the last 10 years or the last year? Depends how long your journey has been. It could have been your lifetime that you've been dressmaking. Suddenly, your sewing has gone kind of stratospheric and is now giving you professional finish, you know, a professional look, which is what you've always wanted. It is a fantastic machine. Not a big cost, really, for what it does, for the professional results it gives. Don't need to buy an industrial machine to get that professional finish. It is a speciality piece of equipment. You are using this for specific jobs, so it does have that speciality edge to it. But for £399, it's well worth considering.
I'm just passing this thread through.
Remember, you can take the split pay option, £133 today, to get the machine home.
As you say, when I sort of found out about all these different machines, I started noticing it in all the clothes that I was buying.
For sure.
You know, cover stitches, overlocking, it's just everywhere.
Yeah.
In most garments now.
Yeah.
So I haven't changed the needle. I'm just going to pop this stitch. All I've done is just drop the tension that I've put this thicker thread through, because it is so thick.
Yeah, it really is. But the machine will handle it beautifully, and you get that straight stitch on the front, the chain stitch on the back, exactly what you expect on the hem of a pair of jeans or on the cuff.
Yeah, or a denim skirt.
Lovely, yeah.
Anything denim, this is how they finish. And as I say, especially stretch denims and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to...
Oh, it's going in. See, I think now on Sewing Bee, you'd have no chance if you couldn't use an overlocker. And I think actually you'd really struggle if you didn't have, have used a cover stitch, because the standard that's expected now on Sewing Bee has increased so much. But I mean, why shouldn't we all strive for that? Because actually it's not about experience. It's about having the right piece of equipment. You can get the professional finish. What you need is a cover stitch machine, not years of experience. An absolute beginner can turn a hem up and sew around the bottom of a pair of trousers. But of course, you're going to be more impressed with your dressmaking when it has that professional finish. And just look at the finish on that. Look at that stitching. Suddenly now, this is a professionally finished hem on a pair of jeans, isn't it? That's the finish you get.
On there, and then so you get that straight stitch.
Yeah.
On the
look
back
at that.
there.
Yeah.
And then
Spot
I just
on.
need to adjust the tensions on the back.
Yeah.
You get that looping.
Yes.
On the back, which
again
allows the fabric to move.
Yeah.
And really get that shape. Nice.
Fabulous, yeah, looks the business. What's the warranty again? Is 2 years.
2 years, yes.
2-year warranty on the machine. Thank you, Margaret. It's a good question to ask, and it's important, isn't it? Remember, 1 year's mandatory, 2 years is just showing off.
And also, any issues at all, come straight to us.
Brilliant.
We'll help you out directly. Yeah, give us a call if you.
Oh yeah, Franklin's customer support's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, super guys. Yeah. Absolutely fab. Right, so the machine, the cover stitch machine, £399. It's from Britannia. You're making £112 saving. It comes with 8,000 metres of thread included, plus the threads that the machine is threaded up with on top of all of that. Jeanette sent a message earlier saying, always good to see George. I love my cover stitch machine. The service they provide is outstanding, so helpful and knowledgeable. We can't guarantee you'll get through to George if you ring, but you might do.
Yeah, indeed, yeah.
Might strike it lucky.
Yeah.
It's worth a try. Right. Now, the extra feet that you can buy if you want to, I think well worth investing in these. They come in a box with a set of instructions. You get your 2 plates for setting your hem, so you get like a perfect hem distance when you're hemming. You get the clear view foot that George was saying, you know, a lot of the time people swap this out for the metal foot and leave that on. Great visibility when you're sewing. You also get the belt loop turner, also fantastic for straps. And Really neat finish on that. It was amazing. Elasticated straps as well. And then you also get it's not a ham slicer, for goodness sake. That was Charlie. This puts your bias binding on for you. It folds it, so you can use ready-made bias binding or straight of grain binding, or you can use commercially made. And then you get your little pins to fix it on with. $89.99 for that, making a £60 saving. Well worth. And in fact, almost everybody that's bought the cover stitch has included the accessory pack, which I think is a really smart move. We don't have these all the time. We don't often get to see the cover stitch, do we? Let's be honest. And we certainly don't see enough of George. When are you back?
February for your birthday. Not your birthday.
Not my birthday, but Sewing Street's birthday. I mean, my birthday's important, but Sewing Street slightly more. Yeah. Oh, awesome. Brilliant. Yeah. Now, well done if you managed to get your cover stitch machine. Earlier on, we did the Britannia Overlocker machine. An absolute stonkingly good deal, this. Stonkingly good deal, all right? For this, £299. Now, that just blows me away. £72 saving, already very, very keenly priced. But to get an overlocker for under £300 that can do 4, 3 and 2 thread overlocking, that cuts or doesn't cut, you decide. It's got buttons at the side. You can drop that blade away with this button right here. You can adjust your tension. You can adjust the presser foot pressure. You can do things like rolled hems, you can do blind hems with an overlocker, you can neaten and finish. You get that professional finish, don't you? It also comes with the little catcher bucket, if you like, on the front that catches your thread and your fabric that's being trimmed away as you sew. You also get 12,000 metres of thread included for free with your overlocker in white, black, and neutral, so that'll pretty much... George, you gave a brilliant tip actually about if you need a thread that matches for your overlocking, leave 3 of them alone.
Yep, just the outside needle.
Just the outside, so this one.
Needle. Yeah.
So just this one right here, the left-hand needle, put a matching thread in this one, and that's the only one that you might see.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so you can go to the Gutermans where they got all the different colours, match it exactly, and you don't need to buy 4 of them. You can just buy 1 for that.
Perfect, perfect. That's such a good tip. I love that. So many of you have already gone for the overlocker from Britannia. It's a brilliant deal, absolutely brilliant. If you've been waiting for a really good deal to get an overlocker, the Britannia is where it's at. It's fantastic. We also have an accessory pack of feet that you can buy to go with. 5 different feet, including a gathering foot, an elasticating foot, a blind hemmer. You also get a bead attaching foot and a... Piping foot. Thank you, George. Let's do the menu for tomorrow. See what's coming up. I'll be watching from Yorkshire. At 8 a.m, it's dressmaking fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Tracy Dennis is here, bring a bit of glamour to the building with Owl and Sewing Cat new storage patterns. At 10 o'clock, it's the final Amber Makes Block of the Month with Rebecca Reed. At 11 o'clock, Tracy Dennis is back with Owl and Sewing Cat dressmaking patterns. And then at 12 o'clock, it's Pa's Free Motion Rulers with Shirley. Fantastic. I shall definitely be tuning in for that. Thank you for your company. George, thank you so much for today.
Thank you very much.
You'll bring a lot of education, great tips, great demos. And thank you for staying with us all morning. We've loved having your company. Thanks for all your lovely messages. Stay warm, stay safe, and I'll see you very soon. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along